Okay, it is 5:45, so I will call the meeting to order and welcome you to our April board meeting. Number 2 is Pledge of Allegiance. There's the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, number 3 is the roll call. Mrs. Oxley.
Ms. Hamilton?
Present.
Mrs. Brown?
Here.
Mr. White?
Here.
Ms. Hunt?
Here.
Mrs. Simonetti?
Here.
Mrs. Fitzgerald? And Mrs. Mitchell?
Here. Okay, number 4 is approval of the agenda. So at this time, I would entertain a motion for approval of the agenda. I'm sorry, who did the?
Libby seconded, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any deliberation?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda. I need to take CAA, JPS, room rental out of the consent agenda. Take a separate vote on that.
22, 21.
Yes, 21-22-107.
Okay, okay.
Second.
Okay, and we have a motion and a second. Any other deliberation?
On that or on another topic?
I think we're amending the agenda, so, but I think let's vote on that. That was the.
Okay, let's vote on this one, and then if there's other things, then we can. So all those in favor of moving the CAA to an action item, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that motion carries, and that's pulled out. Any other deliberation?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to remove the agenda item 21-22-115 JHS attendance policy.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you, Aaron. All those in favor of removing that from the agenda,
Do we
say
have
aye.
discussion on that?
Oh, sorry, discussion.
Okay, so give me a second. I'm pulling my stuff up. I didn't know we were coming for an. Okay, so I'm saying a no to removing the Jackson High School attendance policy from the agenda. Some of the issues that have come up in regards to when items have been added to the agenda from board members have been that they have been added late. I addressed this concern in an email to the entire board, letting them know that we get the agenda for this, we get the front of the agenda, so we get like the first 2 pages of the agenda on Wednesday, generally speaking. Friday, we get the full packet. So we can't go through everything that's in the agenda and the packets and et cetera to fully know what's going on until Friday. Our meetings are on Tuesday, and we have Saturday and Sunday between there and a Monday. Many of us work full-time jobs. Many of us have other responsibilities besides our full-time jobs and our families. So I have mentioned to this board that them being understanding of when items are added to the agenda should be something that we do. So I know that's one concern that has come up. So I'm saying we should keep this on the agenda. But considering how this may go, I will address what this policy is, because I asked for this attendance policy to be added to this agenda. Just about, I guess about 2 weeks ago, I guess, this is April 19th, about 2 weeks ago, I got a robocall regarding my son being tardy from school. And in that robocall, the message was rather offensive and punitive in nature. And so I immediately sent some emails to Jeff and the board president to address the nature of this call. I asked a few questions that speak to my lingering concerns about this tardy policy and how it doesn't align with our attendance policy, and also our choice not to recognize the obvious impacts of on students of color in this policy, this tardy policy that they created. This also speaks to, I apologize for my voice, this also speaks to my comments that I've made consistently since I've been on this board related to DEI, the coordinator, which I spoke about last month, a possible department, and why these things are important. So some of the questions that I asked: how long has this policy been in place? I was informed that these hall sweeps is what these tardies, this tardy policy is designed to, the idea of it is hall sweeps. It's been occurring since April 11th. I asked what trends are we seeing, specifically racially speaking, with regard to this new policy that they've decided to implement without board oversight, without board voting, et cetera. And that is, again, not in alignment with our attendance policy, which is why the attendance policy is on here. The answer to that question, specifically what trends are we seeing? I was given 1 day of trends, which I asked for, the full thing, because, in order to get trends, you need to be able to compare. I was only given 1 day, but I'm still give you the information for that 1 day. The first day that this was implemented, 47 students were swept up. Of the 47 students, 28 of those students were black. 24 of those 28 students were black males. But the 34 students were all students of color. So 34 of the 47 students were all students of color. Again, 28 of those 47 were black, and 24 of those 28 were black males. On that same day, when this sweep was taken, 9 students were kind of like repeat. They got swept up again. Of the 9 students, 6 were black and 5 were black males. So another question that I asked was this policy vetted through a DEI lens? It wasn't, evidenced by the disproportionate impact on at least 28 students, 28 black students, and then, of course, like I said, 24 of them were males. The policy and the implementation of it was designed to create consequences for choices that work against the student's best interest while keeping them in school, was the answer to a question that I asked, what was the purpose of this policy? What is it designed to accomplish? What are we doing with this policy? Again, the policy and its implementation, the design of it was designed to create consequences for the choices that these students are making that are not in the best interest of their own education, is what the statement was, which again is misaligned with board policy. And this information you can find, this part that I'm going to read right now, in our handbook, which is on our website. It says on our website in our handbook regarding our attendance policy, being present in a classroom aids in instilling concepts of self-discipline and exposes a student to group interactions with teachers and fellow students. Such presence also enables a student to hear and participate in class instruction, discussion, demonstration, cooperative group activities, spontaneous dialogue between teacher and student, performance tests, audio-visual presentations, and student laboratory activities. Our handbook says that these are the benefits of our students being in class. And yet, this policy that we have, it's been designed to create consequences for choices that work against the student's best interest. Again, so I should have mentioned this before. The policy that was sent out, according to our online, the voicemail, it says if your student get one, and I'm not quoting it directly, some of you who got it, you might be able to quote it, but the gist of it is a student gets 1 tardy as of between second and sixth hour. So the first hour is off the table. Second and sixth hour, you get 1 tardy, you're getting sent to the IST room, which is, we know, is in-school basically detention. It doesn't matter how late you are, how early in that lateness you are, you're getting sent to this room for the entire portion of that class. It doesn't, these excuses are not, accepted. I imagine that they might have some exceptions. I've heard some different things that are also a little bit concerning. But, so the first time you get tardy, you go to this class. The second time you are tardy for any of your classes the same day, you go to this IST for the entire portion of that class. It doesn't matter if you have 35 minutes left of your class time, 40 minutes left of your class time, you have to go sit in this IST room. The idea that we are choosing to implement a policy, again, that is out of alignment with our board policy, and that also is out of alignment with written documentation that we have letting us know why it's so important for our students to sit in class, is a concern for me. So I brought this to the board for that. I wanted this board to consider the fact that these things are not aligning. Aside from the fact that, all these things are what I've just already spoken of, the creation of a tardy policy that is misaligned with our board policy and handbook, that's a problem. The creation of this tardy policy that is disproportionately impacting black males specifically and students of color in particular. The mistruths and confusion that this causes in our students, their families, and how that hinders the quality education that JPS promises to its stakeholders is another problem. And then the other problem that I noticed here is the impact that these students are feeling on their psyche to be forced to comply with a policy that isn't concerned with understanding what reasons they're late to class, which undoubtedly speak to the culture of education that JPS is from their vantage point. So again, I have 6 children. I have 4 teenagers at home. I am well aware of how teenagers create, whatever they do in order to not be responsible or accountable to whatever, okay? And I was a teenager once myself, believe it or not, I actually was. So I know what we do at that time. I also recognize, because I've done extensive learning, I'm grateful for many in the community who have, done different things around trauma-informed care, ACEs study, Bridges Out of Poverty, all these different studies, all the DEI work that I do, that our students, when they are 15, 16, 14, 13, these ages, they are not fully in the place that they ought to be. Mentally, they're not adults grappling with these things. So we, as the adults in this community, need to be addressing them and dealing with them and engaging them in a way that acknowledges the space that they are in as students. In addition to the fact that most of these students who are being pulled up and swept up are Black students. That does something to our Black students. As a DEI community, we're up here at this board table. We had a DEI, forum last night. We're doing all the study in our community on DEI, with Dr. J. Marks. Nothing against him in any way, shape, or form. But if we are going to be spending all this money, we had an equity report 5 years ago with all these different things that we could do to address the disproportionate impacts to students of color. If we're going to continue to create policies, again, that are misaligned with our board policies and choose to just implement them arbitrarily, not concerned with how this is impacting our students from a DEI lens, then I'm not sure what we're doing as a board to provide actual quality education. So my vote on this, I didn't realize we were going to be doing this so soon, so I apologize to you all who didn't get to hear the music first. But my vote on this would be a hard no as far as removing it from the agenda, because again, I feel like this is a conversation that this board needs to have. My hope is that we will be able to kick this policy over to the policy committee, and that with Dr. J. Marks' help, viewing this through a DEI lens, we will make sure that whatever attendance policy we come back and present is vetted through a DEI lens, and that it doesn't disproportionately impact any of our students. Thank you.
Okay, any other deliberation? Cheryl?
Yes, well, I appreciate that there are some discrepancies between the robocall, the high school policy, the student handbook, and the board policy. The situation that we were made aware of a week ago is an individual school issue, which is not within the scope of the board's practice. So if we want to review the board policy on attendance and tardiness, that goes to the committee level and does not need board approval in order to take it to committee.
Okay, Aaron?
I would say the last portion of what Keisha said was spot on as far as the actual process. Most of what she said would be very hard to disagree with as far as the inadequacies with the actual policy. But even more troublesome is when an individual incident happens at a school, especially in this short period of time. We're talking 2 weeks. I think she said the incident happened with her own son about 2 weeks ago, one of the incidents that brought to her attention. You got Mrs. Pierce. I'm sorry if I missaid that. You got Mrs. Pierce, principal of instruction for Jackson High School, with her support, Mrs. Curtis. Maybe there was some discrepancies on what they did, but we have to allow them to be able to correct that issue at the school level and not take the wind out of their sails. Let them manage through the process, and to her point at the end, it should go to the policy committee, where we take the full scope of the policy and do due diligence and work it back. It could easily come back to the agenda as a discussion item, and we work it properly. That's the process. We cannot overreact and put an agenda item on the meeting when something just happens. Let the schools, the leaders that we hire to put in position, let them work the process.
Okay. So right now we have a motion on the table to remove that item 21-22-115 from the agenda. So I'm going to let Mrs. Oxley do a roll call vote on this.
Ms. Hamilton?
No.
Mrs. Brown?
No.
Mr. White?
Yes.
Ms. Hunt?
I support that this issue needs to go before the policy committee.
Is that
That's
yes
a
or-
yes.
Mrs. Simonetti?
Yes.
Mrs. Fitzgerald? Yes. And Mrs. Mitchell?
Yes. Okay, motion carries. That item is removed. All right, we are on number 5, Superintendent's Report. So at this time, I will pass it off to Mr. Beal.
Thank you very much. Welcome to the April meeting of the Board of Education. We've got a lot on the agenda tonight, and I'm going to start, if I could, by inviting Mr. Willie Lewis and Monica Pierce to the microphone, and they're going to give us an update on Jackson High School and pathways.
Good evening. We're sharing the mic, so okay. All right, good evening. Can you hear me? I still feel like you can't. All up on the mic. Test, 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 test. Test? Do I need to? Testing. What do you say? Say, just go ahead and start. Testing, test, test. Can everyone hear me in the back? All right. I used to do the mic check at church, so I could tell I wasn't all the way up. Thank you. All right, again, good evening to our board and to our community. And thank you for this opportunity just to share some of the great things that we have going on at Jackson High and Jackson Pathways High School. So our first piece that we wanted to share was our students who were part of a student panel at the Day of Discovery at the ISD. And this is where they spoke about mental health awareness to a group of teachers. So those educators were able to choose that session, and our students did a great job. We heard great reviews from everyone who attended that panel about how wonderful and honest our students were in that discussion.
I get to speak a little bit on a program that we brought to Jackson High. It's called the AVID program. When we take a hard look at our students, we recognize some of the disparities that we see in our upper divisional courses. We look across our educational landscape and we notice that it doesn't always look like Jackson High in every class. And so one of the things that we can see is that there are students that are missing. And so the AVID program, which stands for Advancement via Individual Determination, helps to address that. What we do know about the AVID program is that, what we know about our students is that they often don't feel like the culture that they are in and the culture that's in those classes align with who they are. And so we have to convince them at times that they have a stake in that classroom. And what AVID does is it teaches the students in an elective class that we have on campus about themselves as learners, but it also teaches them the skills and the ways in which that the language that happens in that classroom flows back and forth between students and between teachers. What we also do at the same time is we educate our educators at the same time. So the same educational practices that the students learn in that AVID elective, we're also teaching those same academic skills to our teachers so that they can use those skills in their classes. And so when that kid that wasn't a part of the upper divisional class shows up in that classroom, he goes or she goes, this looks just like the same thing I did in my AVID class. And it breaks down that barrier and it makes that student feel like they have a place and a home in that classroom. This year was our first year at it. We had 23 freshmen and sophomore. We tried to go, we went with 9th and 10th because we knew our 9th graders did not really have a school year, so we wanted to jump right on them as well as our current 10th graders. And then next year we have those students still in AVID because it stays with you throughout your high school career. And we now have 55 freshmen from Parkside or 8th graders who have signed up to be a part of our AVID program next year. So we're excited about that. And we have a meeting with Parkside to talk about the AVID program at Parkside as well in the next couple days.
At Jackson High School, we also have our Jackson County Early College Program, and you can see our numbers here where we had in the fall, our students earned 265 college credits, and in the first 7 weeks of spring, 84 students earned 117 credits. You can see that there is a diverse group of students who are attending this program. 49 students qualify for free and reduced lunch, with 10 students having IEPs or 504s, and 74 students meeting guidelines for other at-risk factors. So we are excited about the growth of the program, and there's a parent meeting here at Jackson High School on April 27th here in the library at 6:00 p.m. for those who are interested in more information about the program. Congratulations. I just want to highlight some of our young poets who were participating in the Jackson District Library contest. And these 3 students were winners with the titles of their poems attached to their names.
Yep. So we have also introduced what we call the Success Academy. It's manhood training that we've developed because we began to notice the young men in our building when they came back to us after being on COVID. We noticed some things about their behavior and about how they interacted that we knew that we needed to speak into. And so myself and Mr. Coffey we reached out to all of our young men, or a ton of our young men, especially those that we knew were struggling with interacting in the classroom, or how they were behaving in the hallways, or if they weren't making it to class on time, or they weren't academically engaged like we thought we should. And we wanted to give them some insight from our own perspective, especially as young men. I think I can still call ourselves young men who grew up in this space as well, and to give them some insight into how to engage with each other, how to leverage their relationships with each other to push themselves to be better. And so we've spent we spend every Thursday for about an hour with these young men and helping them to grow into the young men that they want to become. We help them to identify what success looks like and what they want success to look like for themselves, but we also help them to understand what does it mean to grow into being a man. We bring in speakers, and as a matter of fact, we had Jermaine Merritt, who is a part of the Reduce the Violence Summit. He came in as a keynote speaker and spoke to our young men, along with all of Pathways. So that was a part of the conversation that he came in and spoke with our group about. And then these young men, they were a part of the Reduce the Violence Summit. We took 31 young men to the summit. They spent the whole day there, and I'm going to say it was phenomenal watching our young men interact, because they went and participated in each of the breakout sessions, and they were able to provide a perspective on what they thought we as adults should be doing to reduce the violence in our communities. It was invaluable. As I walked back into the main area, I had at least 16 people stop me to congratulate us on how our young men behaved themselves and how they presented the ideas and what they thought was important for us to take into consideration in that forum. So we're happy about the Success Academy and how we're going to grow out of that.
Just a shout out to Mr. Lewis and Mr. Coffey for making that dream a reality for me, because I didn't feel that I was, as qualified as them to run that program, but it is running and it's working well for our young men. So our next highlight is our Southeastern Conference Academic Award winners, and these students are our top students in the class of 2022, and they will be acknowledged tomorrow at an academic awards banquet in Ann Arbor. So I'll speak a little bit about them tomorrow, give a short bio. So we're proud of our students and their hard work. Our next piece, Say Yes to the Dress. We have done this event once before, and this is born out of our community closet. another portion of our school where we speak to our students as a whole child. And the students who are in need of anything can go to our community closet during lunch twice a week, and they can pick up hygiene items, food products, notepads, writing utensils, backpacks, anything they need. And the community closet parents decided that they wanted to have this event. And so this is the second Say Yes to the Dress. So students from Jackson High School and Jackson Pathways High School are able to come on Friday from 2:30 to 4 o'clock in the cafeteria and pick a prom dress at no cost to them. The first event was so exciting. The young ladies were down there trying on the dresses, and the lady who brought the dresses in, who donated them, is also doing all of the altering of the dresses for them. So this is an event that we're excited about.
Right. Pathways. I get to speak just on all of that was Jackson High and Pathways. This is Pathways specific. Okay, so Pathways. One of the things that we have been excited about is our credit recovery model that we've leveraged because of the pandemic. We moved into using Google Classroom as a platform for how we engage with our students, and what we realized is that took down a barrier when it came to our credit recovery process. And so what we have learned to do is that if a student failed a course in a previous trimester, all of that work is still available for that student. And so we have a class now where we ask the teacher to open that class back up, and instead of having them restart the whole class over again, we're asking the students to go back in and master the content that they didn't master the first time. And that's been a game changer for our students at Pathways. It's actually changed the direction in terms of how we're able to get these students back on track even quicker, because now they're not having to do a whole trimester. They can do the final. We're forcing them. You have to go back and do the final exam. You have to go do these tests over it. And the students are happy about taking that process rather than jumping on the E2020. Okay. We have a speaker series that we bring in a bunch of speakers, and one of them was Jermaine Merritt, as I spoke about before. We've had Monica Mosier from Jackson Community Foundation. We've had JTV in, and these are all folks that the students have asked about things that they're interested in. And so we bring in folks that are connected to the ideas that they want to know. We also have been creating things in Pathways. And I know you guys, the stuff is on the screen behind you, but you can see it, the backpacks that are there. Those were created and curated by students at Jackson Pathways, and they were sold as a fundraiser to Jackson High School and Jackson Pathway students. They were able to buy the backpacks for $16 to $20 some odd dollars, depending on how personalized you have. And then you can see the little 3D dinosaur there. There's some foldable, movable toy that they're able to create with the 3D printers that we have downstairs in Pathways as well. We're continuing to work with Youth Build. That's a program that helps our students get certifications, and they build a house and learn building skills in the community. And we had 3 students that graduated from Pathways from that program with a bunch of different certifications. This year, we have a partnership with TOPS, which is a teen outreach program, and we've done community service weeks after weeks after weeks this year, where our students are getting out in the community and doing community service through that program. Our students have been involved with, we now have a cohort of students that are a part of the Ready, Set, Jet program, which is a summer bridge program for our students that are Pathway students that are going to go to JC in the summer. So Antoine Breedlove met with our students. We have a group that is going this summer to be a part of that program. And then finally, we have this in the works. We're meeting with Jackson College right now to build out an early college model within Pathways, but the focus will be on skilled trades and some more practical hands-on coursework. So right now we have on the works networking as a possible course load, esports management, health occupations, and then finally light manufacturing or construction. Now, the way that this is set up and the way that we're trying to design it, they will be in our building from 8 until 10:30, and because of the way Jackson College sets up their courses, by the end of the year, the students will end up with 20 college credits by the end of the year if they work through the program while they're on our campus. and then walk away with credentials that they can stack and work in the field that they choose.
All right.
Okay, Jack. We also have been sending mentors over. This is not a throwaway comment. This is something we're really proud of. We've worked to connect with Hunt and sending kids over, those students that don't have a first hour because they've worked hard enough that they've earned the ability not to wake up early. They are now taking on the charge of going over during their first hour or second hour and going over to Hunt and mentoring students over at Hunt now, which has been something that we've been working on all year, and we finally got it up and running, and we're pretty proud to see our students over there. All right.
All right, the Vikings versus the Bulldogs. Our students in our self-contained classes were able to have a basketball game against the Bulldogs from Lau Torrent, and it was just exciting to see them out there, and they had cheerleaders, they had concessions. It was such a wonderful event. They're going to do 3 games per year now instead of just the one. We also did an Easter egg hunt. Our advanced house students are role models for our younger Vikings, so they had a day where they went over and they planned out and hosted an Easter egg hunt for our students at Sharp Park. There was also one done at Hunt School from our Pathways students. Here are some of our CEO Challenge winners. Our CEO students participate in a program through Junior Achievement, where they're able to sharpen their creative and critical thinking, team building, and leadership skills. And these are some of our students who were winners in that activity. Just a quick picture of Kyla Johnson. We had the Jackson College MLK dinner in January, and she was speaking as a representative for the Jackson College Men of Merit and Sisters of Strength leadership team that we have here at Jackson High School. Kayla, I'm sorry if I said Kyla. Kayla is one of our seniors who is graduating this year, and she has been in the program. Kudos to Jeremy Patterson for creating this program and this connection and network with the college way back when they were in 8th grade 4 years ago. And they've continued on into this program that is now carried over into Jackson High School for our students to be part of.
Esports. All right, Mr. Hunt is our esports coach. He's one of our instructors here. Just a quick thumbnail. The esports team, they actually compete in 3 different teams or 3 different video games. The one is Overwatch, another is Rocket League, and then another is Super Smash Bros. You can't say brothers because then you sound like you're old. Don't do that, bros. And then the Overwatch team, they won a bunch of games, but they were knocked out of the playoffs in the first round. Our Super Smash Bros. Teams, they did really well. We have one group that was 5-1, another that was 4-2. And then our Rocket League, we have an A team and a B team, and they're actually competing at Grand Valley on the 28th of this month up at GVSU. So we're excited to see them compete.
And just right before our last piece, just speaking to what a great job our orchestra did before they left. I know we didn't have time to give them kudos, but they did a wonderful job. Kelly Spleer is our orchestra teacher, and she just recently came to us from Montrose. So I just wanted to make sure that I did acknowledge them. Lastly, our graduation day, just highlighting some of our activities that are upcoming. We're excited to host our in-person junior and senior prom on May 21st, and our baccalaureate, and then our honors convocation and graduation. This year we're having a senior banquet on the day of graduation for all of our JPS graduates. So SCMV, Pathways, and Jackson High students will come together and have the Last Supper, per se, right? And then Alicia Dominique will be our speaker. She's a class of 99 graduate. So we're excited about our graduation day.
Thank you very much. Don't disappear. I want to take a couple minutes and just appreciate the information that you shared. Thank you very much for all that you do. Are there any questions real quick on the presentation this evening?
Yeah, I still want one question. The speaker, Alicia Dominique, is this new this year to have a speaker for commencement? Are the students still going to be, like last year, what's she doing?
So this is not new. This is something, I think there were a couple years we didn't have a speaker just because of COVID. So we had Tahada, which year, Jen Tahada, I can't remember the year, but students will still be speaking.
Thank you, that was my main question. Thank you.
And I just wanted to say thanks for your presentation, and I have a son at Sharp Park, and he loved the egg hunt that was put on, so thanks. I heard all about it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. If I could, I'd like to welcome up the former principal for instruction here at Jackson High School, Barb Baird-Pauley. She is a associate professor out at Spring Arbor University, and she is going to talk with us about an exciting opportunity that we partnered with Spring Arbor with regards to student teachers.
We're actually here for a couple of reasons. I don't think anybody is foreign to the stressors that have been on our educators for the last 2 years. We recognize we're in the third school year of this, but calendar year, it's 2 years. And I have a strong professional and personal belief that when we know the stressors that our schools are under, when we have an opportunity to extend appreciation, then we have a responsibility to extend that appreciation. That's why we're here tonight. With me is Sarah Galloway, who is a sophomore at Spring Arbor. She's an early childhood major with a reading minor and an endorsement seeking in urban education. I always want to put urban studies, but urban education. And so our appreciation is multi-tiered. In the last couple of years, it's been difficult to get into schools, and one of the core requirements for our education classes at Spring Arbor are site-based hours, so that our students are in classrooms from the very beginning of their education through to their student teaching. And so my first appreciation is just allowing us to come into classrooms, being amongst students, allowing our students to teach lessons, develop lessons, and working alongside of experienced teachers. The other appreciation is the partnership that we've established in terms of having student teachers here, again, working alongside of experienced teachers who demonstrate mastery of practices. And our students are learning great practices from the teachers here in JPS. In January, and I was mentioning this to Pam when I first came in, I learned a new term. We have the J term, which is a semester course taught in 13 days. And part of that course in diversity is placing our students into classrooms so that they're able to see and experience what diversity looks like. And that diversity looks like things that sometimes are very visibly diverse, other times not visible at all. For example, students perhaps with special education needs, socioeconomic differences, just learning style differences. And so in January, within that 13 days, we made 5 school visits. And amongst those school visits, we were at Dibble, Parkside, and I should be more official, the middle school at Parkside, and Jackson High School. And what our students walked away with were the following. We are amazed at the amount of technology that's being used by teachers, that's being used by students, and it's not a mystery that a teacher coming in at 22 to 30 has a whole different perspective on technology use than a teacher who has been in the classroom for 25, 30 years. The exposure is different. And what our students walked away with was it didn't matter whose classroom we were in, they were using technology effectively, and they were learning things that they hadn't seen before. Current practices that they're learning in class were very evident inside the classroom. It didn't matter which building we were in. Practices such as brain breaks and the creative way that teachers were using brain breaks. Posting of learning intentions and integrating that within their lessons. Visible transitions throughout a lesson and throughout the days. And understand that they were in, on average, 4 to 5 classrooms in that 5 to 6 hour time period that we were here. Interactive lesson delivery. Not just teacher-dominated, but student-driven instruction. Visibility of administrators in the lunchroom. They were particularly amused over at Dibble and at Parkside and walked away with, my goodness, I was in high school for 4 years. I don't know if I ever saw my administrator in the cafeteria, and they were there, visible, interacting, and how comfortable the kids were. It was kind of cute at Dibble. They came up and sat with us and wanted us to make sure that they knew that they were Dibble students. And the presence of routines and procedures. And again, these are practices that they are learning as education students are important to well-run schools and well-run classrooms. A huge focus on relationships. Noting how well teacher-student interactions played out very naturally, as well as the focus on academics. Inclusion practices were evident. They were walking into classrooms where it was very evident that there were certain students with special needs included very easily into the day-to-day instruction for all students. What was really impressive to me, and anybody who knows me knows that my heart and soul are in this school and in this district. And from the students I had doing site hours in the fall, this is my first year full-time at Spring Arbor, so that's why I say the fall, and the J term and the present term. Every building we have been in, students come back saying, I can see myself teaching in that school. That's exciting to me as a former employee of JPS, and I did not graduate from Jackson High, but I feel like it's my second home, that they see themselves wanting to teach in our district. And I say our district. And that's one of the reasons Sarah is here, because Sarah was in my J term. And since J term, we're now in our spring term, I call it winter, but spring term, and site hours continue, and as a result of her experience in J term, chose schools within JPS to come and continue her site hours. So I'm going to hand the microphone over to Sarah.
Thank you. I am here today to talk about my experience as I've been able to work in several different different schools, as Mr. Papali has mentioned. And the two that I'm currently working at is Cascades Elementary with Mrs. Simpson and Mr. Pyle at Middle School at Parkside. And both of those experiences have been absolutely wonderful. And you have two amazing teachers that you have on staff. And I have been able to work hands-on with both of these teachers, and I've been absolutely blown away. I know that I've been able to have experience with other teachers through my J term, but these two I've worked with the most. So I'm going to speak to those two primarily today. So I was in my J term class, in Mrs. Perfali's class, and I was able to meet Mr. Pyle. And I was absolutely blown away when I walked in the classroom. His ability to collaborate with the students and his relationships with the students it just put me in awe. Like, I could not believe how much he really puts into his class and into his students. And so with working with him for the last several weeks, I have been able to learn hands-on experience through him and through his practices that I know they're going to stay with me while I continue as a future educator. And I also have learned great classroom management. As someone who's really wanting to work in an urban setting school, I think that he is a great mentor to me, and I have been able to learn so much about what it takes to really be a teacher in this type of school and in this setting. It's not easy. It's definitely going to take lots of time and effort to figure out the right strategy and right practices. By working with mentors like Mr. Pyle and Mrs. Simpson, I know that I'm getting the best education. So thank you for allowing me to work with those two. For Mrs. Simpson, I have been able to connect with her through some of my friends that have actually worked at Cascades previously. It was not one of the schools that I was able to work at through J-term, but I've been able to make connections, and I just have absolutely loved my experience at Cascades. Mrs. Simpson has been teaching kindergarten for several years, and kindergarten is probably one of my favorite age groups to work with. I know, call me crazy, but it is just so much fun, and those students just bring so much life to my whole entire world, and I just absolutely love it. And she's been a great mentor for me, as well as just showing me what it takes to be able to teach kindergarten while also be in my ideal grade. So she has a great ability to differentiate for each of her students and the individualized instruction and just giving them exactly what they need. And I hope that when I am able to have my own classroom one day, I'm able to do just as fantastic of a job as Mrs. Simpson does for her students. Like I said, you have two amazing teachers in this building, or in this district, and I know that other buildings you do as well. And I'm looking forward to my future observations and being able to work at other JPS schools. So thank you for your time, and thank you for listening to us today.
Thank you, Sarah. So again, we just appreciate the opportunity and to be live in classrooms. And what's been really reinforcing for our students is what we're teaching day to day. And I just heard a student say this last week, and it's like music to your ears when you're an educator. I'm beginning to make the connections between what I'm reading, what I'm studying, and what I'm experiencing. And so, again, thank you to the district, and thank you to the teachers who have allowed us to come into the classrooms with open arms. And Sarah represents the next generation of teachers, and as I describe it, the next leader of the next generation of leaders coming through our classrooms. So thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, before you disappear, are there any questions, comments, or follow-up? Thank you so very much. We are very appreciative of our partnership with Spring Arbor University. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing your students in our classrooms. All right, Dr. Patterson, Superintendent Patterson, I should say again, congratulations. But if you could give us a quick secondary update, that would be great.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Beal. Just like to thank Mrs. Pierce and Mr. Lewis for a wonderful report on Jackson High School and for taking half of my secondary report today. So this, I'll be brief here. Just a shout out to Jen Koppen, science teacher at 4th Street Learning Center. She has been nominated as Good Things Going Teacher of the Month for May. She was presented with a plaque and will be highlighted on JTV for all of the great things that she brings to JPS and 4th Street Learning Center. Challenge Day is coming to middle school at Parkside on Monday, April 25th. Approximately 80 students, 7th grade students, will be participating in the powerful event to help students stop teasing, violence, and alienation of young students that they can experience in school. So those that have experienced Challenge Day, it's always such a powerful event, and students get a lot of that out of that day, and we're excited to have it right at middle school at Parkside. Mr. Lewis talked about the guest speaker, Jermaine Juice Merritt. He also spoke at 4th Street Learning Center. Again, he talked to students about the importance of growing and improving their mindset, on connecting with people who are doing positive things and never giving up on themselves. So it was great that he continued those talks at 4th Street Learning Center as well. Parkside 7th graders were amazing at Junior Achievement Reality Career Fair. I know Mrs. Hamilton and ourselves got to stop in the library and see that in action. Our community volunteers were very complimentary about our students all day long on Thursday, April 14th. The students enjoyed a hands-on learning experience with job selection, monthly income, student loans, personal expenses, credit, budgeting, and other real-world scenarios. Shout out to 7th grade teachers Carrie Beal and Becky Wood for facilitating this opportunity. It was a great event to see the kids all in action and going to those different booths. So, and then spread the word. New student orientation at Parkside will be held on Tuesday, April 26th at 6 p.m., beginning in the auditorium. New students and families have an opportunity to hear about the exciting opportunities at Parkside, meet and greet with staff, and tour the building. This is a great opportunity for incoming sixth graders and other new families to learn more about Parkside with an up-close and personal visit. So as a previous principal at Parkside, it was always great to see the new faces come in and get them acclimated to middle school at Parkside. So thanks to Mr. Patterson and the staff to making that happen. So with that, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to.
All right, thank you so very much, Dr. Patterson. We appreciate that and all of the great things that are happening in our secondary. Ms. Baker, your elementary update for the month of April?
Good evening, board members and community members. Always exciting things happening in elementary school, obviously. So some of the highlights that are happening, we have spring is always the time that Mileage Club starts up. So in a lot of our buildings, if you go there at recess time, you're going to see kids walking and getting their feet. We have True Community Credit Union locations opening up in many, or that have opened up in many of our elementary buildings. We got the first 2 of our student fish bowls finished yesterday with Dr. Marks, and I got to see a portion of each of those, and that was very, very exciting to see kids utilizing their voice and talking about, what their experience is like in our schools. In 2 of our schools, we had some Jackson District Library Young Poet winners. Lucas Shaney in first grade at Dibble, and Sean Williams also in first grade at Dibble. We had a couple of students also at Sharp Park, Olivia Heiler in 3rd grade, and Haddon Bauman in 5th grade. And you heard a little piece about this, but a great Easter egg activity happened this past week with Jackson High School and Pathway students at Sharp Park. So some really cool things happening in our building. At JPS Montessori, if you've never seen a family dance before, it is the most wonderful thing. We did one a few years ago at Montessori, and they're doing the new one. They're doing one now. We weren't able to do it because of COVID, but I mean, bubble machine, fog machine, and it's mom and dad and all the kids in the family just with a DJ, and it's the most awesome thing. So we're really excited to see some of the things we're able to come back and do. Another thing that's happening in all 7 of our buildings, our elementary buildings, is kindergarten roundup season again. And so it has looked quite different for the last 3 years. We have a number of our partners that come in from the community, Department of Health and Human Services, the Jackson County Health Department, Center for Family Health, YMCA, the Jackson District Library, transportation. There are all kinds of services available to our parents when they come in, so they can get vision and hearing screening done. They can check on vaccinations while they're there. We had this really cool thing that got started back when we all had to wear masks that was called the Skill Pack, the Skill Pack for food. So if you've never been in a cafeteria the first couple of weeks of school, it's the most horrible thing when the kindergartners are trying to learn how to open their food. So we send those things home with parents, a few of those items to kind of show them what they should practice on over the summer, just to make life a little easier. This year, we're adding an English language learners table for parents of students that are English language learners. And so we'll be able to give information about programs at Sharp Park and at Northeast. We have a lot of giveaways, bikes, T-shirts that say class of 2035, class of 2036 for our young fives, masks that say JPS, and lots of great photo ops. So exciting things happening. And I just really also wanted to bring attention to, we had a really great district parent and family event that happened recently, April 16th at the Michigan Theater. We had a morning at the movies, and we had a group of families that took advantage of that, came in, it was free admission, and they also got popcorn and pop and got to watch the movie Disney Earth. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions or follow-up for Ms. Baker? Lots of things going on. Ms. Giannetti, you want to wrap us up here for the month of April?
I do. Thank you very much for everyone who's here tonight. Just wanted to give a shout out to Dr. Marks and everyone who attended the community forum last night. We look forward to more of those community forums and even more people attending. We appreciated the feedback that we got, and also the just the whole entire evening was a great way for us to express a lot of different viewpoints, and we appreciated everyone who was there to do that. Just on a side note, take a note that we did a new series on JTV, and we are interviewing a number of parents throughout the district to talk about their experiences with JPS. Our first one came out with Christy Dillon, our parent liaison, and there are many, many more parents that we have interviewed, and even in there we got Jen Coppin because we're pretty excited about her greenhouse that she started over there. Our June 9th is a half day for all students, and that we just announced. It was a half day for our older kids, but now it's a half day for the entire district, and that day will be the JPS staff picnic. And I would just like to say that I sent out about 45 emails to our community partners, to those folks who might be interested in donating gifts and prizes for our teachers and our staff who have been through a lot. This will be the first time that we've done our JPS picnic in 2 years because of the pandemic, and we absolutely love these celebrations in the beginning of the year and at the end of the year. And I have been overwhelmed with donations of some really exciting prizes and people who just really want to celebrate our staff and how proud they are of our staff and the hard work that they've done this year. In fact, it's overwhelming just the comments that we've gotten. So I look forward to hearing from some more people with some more exciting things, but we have lots of fun things like Tiger tickets and fair concert tickets, and just an amazing amount of donations that came from all different vendors who work with JPS on a regular basis, who are just proud to be part of this community with us. So I did want to just note that. And finally, I just want to remind everybody that we did embark this year on an oral history project, which is a little bit different than the directory that we've done in years past. We did our last directory was in 2015. So, and the only really way for us to be able to do this is to be contacted, to work with a company on this. We simply just don't have the staff and the manpower to be able to, get all these addresses and information from the graduates since Jackson High started. So this project in particular is with Jackson High School. We do not have a commitment with Parkside at this point. We have been unable to find a company who would be willing to compile that information for us, and no database exists at this time, simply because the school is no longer in service. So if there is somebody who would like to do that, I'm all ears. But right now we're working with Jackson High. Everyone would have gotten or number of you have gotten a postcard, and it is an oral history project. And what we've really heard from our alumni is they would like to tell their stories. And I get on a weekly basis a number of stories, and we would really like to highlight what is happening with our Jackson High graduates. You would be amazed at what happens with so many folks who leave our doors here and go on to some very successful, fun things. So this oral history project, they are compiling stories, and if you are interested, you certainly can participate by calling the 800 number or checking our social media pages for the actual 800 number. Now, do understand that somebody has to make money on this project, so don't be surprised when they try to sell you the book, but it's not required for you to be in the oral history book, but it is a pretty interesting compilation of many years of a lot of great Jackson High Viking stories that we're very interested in hearing about. So that is like a 2-year process, so I wouldn't expect anything soon on that. I just wanted to make the community aware that we are aware that these postcards went out, and my name is signed on those, so it is something that you can respond to if you're interested, or respond to if you have information about the person that it was sent to. So we appreciate the help. It takes a long time to compile this much information, and any help that anybody can give is very appreciated.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions before we close out? And if not, then that concludes the superintendent's report for the month of April.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Beal. We are on number 6, the consent agenda. So at this time, I would entertain a motion for approval of the consent agenda.
Support.
Thank you, Libby. Thank you, Shalonda. Any deliberation? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Okay, next we are on number 7, citizens requesting to address the board. And first, I would like to acknowledge that you will no longer see a delegate to speak as a delegation as an option on here. This was removed because after reviewing our board policy, it is not included in there. So I apologize for the error. It was a clerical error, but we must abide by the board policy. I also wanted to read, before we start, a few reminders on our board policy that was revised November 16th, 2021. Participants must be first recognized by the presiding officer and will be requested to, you can come to the table, I'll say your name. Each statement made by a participant shall be limited to 5 minutes. So I'll put my timer on when it dings. If you could just please stop, because your 5 minutes are up and we have a lot of speakers. The presiding officer may interrupt, warn, or terminate a participant's session when they make comments that are repetitive, obscene, and/or comments that constitute a true threat, or more specified persons into believing that they will be seriously harmed by the speaker or someone acting at the speaker's best. Request any individual to stop speaking and/or leave the meeting when that person behaves in a manner that is disruptive of the orderly conduct and/or orderly process of the meeting, and request the assistance of law enforcement officers in the removal of a disorderly person when the person's conduct interferes with the orderly progress of the meeting. So those are just some reminders. So I will call you up one at a time, and you have 5 minutes. So the first person I would like to welcome up is Mike Mason.
How's that? Is that okay? Holy cow. How's that? Is that better? Okay. Good evening. My name is Mike Mason. I was hired by JPS in 1998. I taught at Jackson High as an English teacher, then history teacher, then became the impact coach at Parkside for 6 years, and now I'm back in the classroom teaching 6th and 7th grade English. I'm here tonight representing two people. A community member who lives and pays taxes in the city of Jackson, and as an employee of JPS. As a community member, I'd like to speak about the bond and how the money has been managed. As an employee, I'll speak about what I experienced under Mr. Beal's leadership over the last 8 years. As a member of this community, I voted for the $90 million bond for the school district, and I wanted to thank Mr. Beal and the school board members who had part in overseeing the project. I'm amazed at how Mr. Beal, the school board, and central office has been such an excellent steward of the money the community gave you. Thank you for contracting with local companies when possible. Thank you for being open and transparent on the project timeline where the money was spent. Thank you for making sure that the job is being completed and done well. I've witnessed firsthand how Mr. Beal, Dr. Patterson, and Mr. Patterson comb the building in which I work to make sure everything is done correctly. And finally, thank you for making Jackson a beautiful city. My wife and I walk the city and love to see the beautiful school buildings in every neighborhood across Jackson. This was a huge undertaking, and Mr. Beal and the school board did it with collaboration and care. Thank you again. As an employee of JPS, I want to thank you, Mr. Beal, for your strong leadership over the past 8 years. You've given me a sense of security and calm that has created a great work environment. Thank you, Mr. Beal, for overseeing a $55 million budget with complete transparency. You've been open and honest on how the money's spent. You negotiated pay raises when possible. You avoided layoffs when possible. Thank you for creating a sense of peace and calm by managing the money so well. Thank you, Mr. Beal, for all the learning opportunities you brought to the district that had a direct impact on the classroom. Thank you for the professional development on data-driven instruction that helped us use the student data to create lessons in our classroom with purpose. Thank you for the professional development on visible learning. This initiative helped us build student efficacy and incorporated classroom strategies that had the highest impact. Thank you for the equity and inclusion training. The Race Forward training and the training with Dr. Marks has been valuable in self-reflection and ongoing work that is necessary to build a more inclusive and equitable school district. And finally, thank you for the strong leadership you provided with the transition to remote learning during the pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Beal, for giving us the tools we needed to meet the challenges we faced when forced to teach and learn from home. Thank you, Mr. Beal, for giving us the opportunity to work collaboratively with you and central office to develop the plan for remote learning. And finally, thank you, Mr. Beal, for consistent communication and encouragement throughout these challenging times. In conclusion, again, I want to thank you for the leadership you provided that created a sense of calm, security, and hope. Watching you and the school board work together over the past years in such a successful way makes me proud to be an employee of Jackson Public Schools. I look forward to working under your leadership for many more years to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Joe Cranmore.
I'm going to be very, very brief. Been paying attention kind of what's been going on here. Oh, sorry. I've been paying attention, obviously, in the newspaper, MLive, see the news here tonight. I'm not here to say anything other than, it's not on? I'll pick it up. There we go. Much better. Just want to show some support for Mr. Beal, the other board members. Obviously, you guys have disagreements. We need things to work through, and those take time. But, again, you've got support out there, whether you know it or not. If we need to, I guess, get some of these things out in the light and discuss them, I think that's great. I think there are ways to do that. But I think we're heading in the right direction. The changes that I've seen here since 1994 are impressive, and I look forward to what happens in the future.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, next up we have Jessica Barlow. Yeah, and if you could just hold the mic close.
Okay, can you hear me? Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, just talk loud and the mic close. There you
All
go.
right.
Thank
you. Good evening, everyone. So I'm a little nervous, just going to start with that. Also, I was a 2006 graduate from Jackson High, so I'm very saddened to even be in front of you to discuss what my concern is, not only for my child, but for other children who may be experiencing the same thing. I feel that there is a concern for increased violence at Parkside. So on April 7th, there was an incident that occurred with my son involving thumbtacks. He was, I don't know what word I should use, but I want to say stabbed because it pierced his skin 5 times in the back. So this is more about accountability and making sure that situations are rectified and handled appropriately. I did research on the policies, in particular 5507.01, which addresses anti-bullying, falls under the anti-harassment as well. So the process A through D was not handled appropriately. The complainant should be giving the interview first. Mrs. Jarvie handled that. I reported it on the 8th to Mrs. Jarvie before 8 a.m., where Carter was unable, that's my son's name, to give his statement. He was at home with me. I kept him home. So she instead went backwards with that process. She took statements, which I feel is not an appropriate word to use for sixth graders, especially when parents are not involved, which is also addressed in the handbook under parental involvement. So she questioned a substitute teacher that day and 2 other students, and then also the respondent prior to my child. Then called me back, and basically it would have just been a debate. So at that point, I was not comfortable with how it was handled. So I made the choice to enroll him through South Central virtual learning. M-STEPs are coming up. I made that very clear that that was one of my major concerns for him. So I was referred to them, which I'm under the impression is still part of Jackson Public Schools. So I enrolled him that day, which was the 8th, then returned the Chromebook to Parkside in person with my child, where I met with Mr. Patterson. My son gave what I would believe was a statement as he was writing things down on a notepad. We gave the child's name. We discussed other issues prior to that. He gave the kid's name in full who did that to him. I showed him his actual back. I have pictures of it. So I was referred to the virtual place under the impression he could still complete this year and take his M-STEPs. So come Wednesday the following week, which was the 13th, I had to follow up with the school about his enrollment, where I was informed that they do not offer M-STEPs for sixth graders. So I think that's very important for the board to know as well, because they're referring students to a program that he cannot even take state testing at. Then I called, so I followed chain of command. I spoke to Mrs. Jarvie, Mr. Patterson. I then called the superintendent's office. I spoke with William Patterson at that point, and I had notified him and a follow-up call from Jeremy Patterson that he was unable to take these tests. I asked for information about an incident report and was told that they were unable to give me any information unless I re-enrolled him. So basically, I have no information if an incident report was done. There was no officer liaison that contacted me. So yesterday, I filed a police report where officer, I want to say Dutchek maybe, called me. I just feel that everything has been swept under and undermined as far as the magnitude of it. I'm not sure. I believe it's number 31 and 32 in the Code of Conduct that addresses dangerous weapons. This is a tack, so it is a sharp object 5 times in his back, and nothing was done. And now my child is on day 9 of 0 academics. And I have to pull him into a school district that I do not want to take him to, but I do not believe he is safe. And if we're allowing this at 6th grade with 0 follow-up unless I re-enroll him, I'm concerned for what is going to be allotted by high school.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, your time's up. Okay. Mr. Beal will follow up with you. Okay, next up, Dennis Mitchell.
Hello, my name is Dennis Mitchell, and I'm attending the meeting tonight to show support for the leadership at Jackson Public Schools. During the summer of 2018, my wife and I volunteered to go door to door advocating for the proposed $86.7 million school bond. Through that experience, we met many positive people who spent their valuable time doing something that they thought was good for all the children that attend Jackson Public Schools. We attended the election party to watch as results came in from the bond. We celebrated as it became more and more apparent that the community trusted Mr. Beal and the team he put in place to update the existing schools and even open 2 new elementary schools. That is a huge vote of confidence when a community votes to pay more taxes with only a plan of how a school system intends to use that money to make the system better. There were many people watching the results come in that night, and there was such a great feeling of community as we all felt as though we did our share to make Jackson Public Schools the best it can be. Today, we should be more excited about the future of Jackson Public Schools. When the bond is passed, it's only a promise that more money will be injected into the school budget. The real work begins after the passing of the bond. Since that night, almost every school has been updated and has enhanced safety. We have a beautiful new aquatic center that is being utilized by the whole community, a new elementary school built out of an aging, underutilized building, and a brand new Cascades Elementary School that is the nicest school building in the county. All of this has been done within the timeline that was initially proposed, and it was done within the budget that was originally proposed. Those things are not easy to do in construction. I am a contractor, and I know that even a kitchen or bathroom remodel is tough to complete on budget and on time. So it is an incredible feat on its own, but then add in a global pandemic in the middle of this that shut down everything for months and made material prices skyrocket. Many times amazing accomplishments go unnoticed because the people that are responsible are more focused on the goals than the credit. This is the exact reason that as a proud Viking, it makes me upset to sit back and watch as unsubstantiated accusations are so easily thrown around. In 2018, the community as a whole overwhelmingly sent its message of support to this school system and to Mr. Beal through the bond election. The results are clear. Jackson Public Schools are far better today than the day that we all celebrated the results of that bond election. Jackson Public Schools will be far better in years to come if we don't let the naysayers and accusers hijack our school system. We need to focus on where we want to be and leave the negativity behind us as we continue to move forward. It is time for our community to stand up and support our school board, our superintendent, and the entire team that all work so diligently on a daily basis to always make it a great day to be a Viking. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Tim Levy.
Good evening. I'm Tim Levy, former board member. Wife and I are both graduates of Jackson High School, were our board daughters. So, been around for a little bit. So, I was a co-chair along with Brian and Carrie Glick, Harold White, and Sarah Richmond of the 2018 $87 million bond issue. In our role, we met with and presented the district's case to many, many groups in the community. We talked, we listened, and we endorsed this project because we all believe in our district and we all know that this would enhance the lives of kids, not just within JPS, but in the entire community. So almost 4 years has passed since the bond was passed. So much has changed that it becomes hard to imagine Wisner Street without a new Cascades, or Clark Street without a John R. Lewis Elementary, or Jackson High without the new aquatic center. These are things that we only dreamed about when I was on the board, but it was a vision that Jeff Beal had for a long, long time. Leaders like Mr. Beal are a rare commodity these days. His skill set is in high demand. His belief in our kids, in our community, is evident to anyone he has talked to. Mr. Al Glick, a leader with few peers, believed in Mr. Beal and his vision for JPS. Proof of his belief is right over there. Every time I spoke to Mr. Glick, he always asked how JPS was doing, and he always expressed his gratitude that Jeff Beal was still at JPS. He knew that these changes would not have happened without him. So speaking on behalf of my fellow board chairs, we simply want it known that we believe in Jeff Beal, we believe in the work that he has done, and in the vision he has for JPS. And there are many, many people in the community who feel the same way. And I believe that most of you feel as we do. It is concerning to us that all the good work that has been done by you and by many others who have come before you can be harmed by the voices of a few. I would implore you to find a united voice so that our district can continue to move forward and take advantage of all the great things that have happened in the past 4 years. To do otherwise would be a grave disservice to our kids and to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Joanna Perkin.
I'm Joanna Perkin, retired Jackson Public Schools teacher, English chair, and building committee chair of 23 years. At the last board meeting, 12 individuals, myself included, 10 of whom are former JPS employees, 1 education consultant with the ISD, and 1 student came forward or were represented concerning their personal experiences of retaliation, abuse, lies, and harassment at the hands of Superintendent Beal. Yet you as a board didn't even feign concern. There was no, we will look into these claims or we take this very seriously. Instead, you responded with saying, I'm disappointed in the public, disappointed in the community, and don't believe everything you hear on Facebook. What does Facebook have to do with 12 victims coming forth, 10 of whom were physically present? Following those aloof statements, board members Angela Mitchell, Aaron White, Cheryl Simoletti, Shalonda Hunt endorsed Superintendent Beal's lies to the public, and as quoted on multiple news outlets, we are confident that the allegations brought forth in the meeting have been successfully vetted and investigated in the past, Mitchell said in a statement. Superintendent Beal was also quoted as saying the victims who came forth at the board meeting are disgruntled employees with poor evaluations. Not a single investigation of a single thing brought forth from 12 victims in the last month's board meeting or brought forth during any of our employee has been vetted or investigated, as you have collectively stated and continue to support. You as board chose not to look into any information brought forth. Instead, you supported his lies without taking a single moment to access any information supporting those claims. In fact, as of late, we filed a FOIA request, but the district has failed to produce any such reports. Those reports absolutely do not exist. You as a board have supported these lies. Not a single one of us has poor evaluations, as Superintendent Beal continues to publicly claim. And speaking for myself as a former teacher of the year, I have a record of not only impeccable evaluations, but in fact highly effective and glowing. Quite the antithesis of Superintendent Beal retaliatory lies. However, instead of taking the time to look into very easily accessible information, you as a board immediately and publicly co-signed Superintendent Beal's utter and despicable lies. You have went from enabling his lies, lawlessness, abuse, and retaliation to being lawless retaliators yourselves. You have allowed Superintendent Beal to harass former HR Director Nicole Johnson into the ground, refused to look into her claims of harassment and her claim of Superintendent Beal having used the N-word in its entirety. With witnesses, you refused to look into multiple whistleblowers of Beal having had sex with several students in Quincy schools. I'm disgusted and embarrassed for you. You have allowed this man with a consistent and incessant track record of abuse towards women to conveniently rid of the former HR director whom he harassed and conveniently laid off and hire himself as HR director and FOIA coordinator at a $60,000 raise, thereby eliminating all checks and balances so all roads lead back to him. One victim should be enough for you to give you pause and concern. Yet, a board member, a principal, a union president, an HR director, education consultant, English chair, building committee chair, and a myriad of teachers, all credible professionals with long-standing and impressive careers, were all represented at the last board meeting with their experiences of abuse at the hands of Superintendent Beal. Yet that you sat there unmoved, unbothered, and on your phones. Several more victims, including teacher of 30 years and another union leader, will be represented here today regarding the abuse they experienced from Superintendent Beal. You are disappointed in the community, Cheryl Simonetti? Really? It is the community who is disappointed in you. Superintendent Beal has been responsible for misleading the public, falsifying documents, and covering up the truth for far too long. Once again, we are requesting you procure a third neutral party to look into each and every claim brought forth in the last month's March meeting and anything iterated today.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Mr. Hastings. Sorry, William.
We were gonna present as a group tonight, but that's off the table, so I better talk fast. Good evening. Before I begin, I would first like to acknowledge the dignity and composure of the majority of the members of this board during its last public meeting and subsequent to it. Ernest Hemingway famously defined courage as showing grace under pressure. I commend those of you on the board who refuse to bow to an atmosphere of hysteria and verbal and physical intimidation. That is unacceptable. My main topic, however, involves the present course JPS has already embarked on that will have a potentially profound impact on academics, student proficiency, school discipline, staff morale, and race relations within this district. I'm referring, of course, to DEI. The story begins with the equity audit. Only when I took a long, deep dive into this lengthy report did I realize how deeply flawed and dangerous it is. I could easily do 90 minutes on the equity audit, but time is short and I must be brief. To begin with, the audit was conducted by Adjusted Equity Solutions. The first tip-off to me was their motto is, quote, to achieve justice in education. The stated goal is not to increase proficiency in reading, writing, math, or science. It is not to foster true academic excellence at all levels. It is to achieve justice, which is a completely arbitrary term that can only ever be defined and measured in the eye of the beholder. The reality is, like all the other purveyors of critical race theory and DEI, Adjusted Equity Solutions uses intentionally vague terms as goalposts that can be easily moved and never actually be attained, rather than hard data like state test scores that can far more cleanly track basic student proficiency over time. All the data used to form this report comes from opinion surveys of students, faculty, and parents. According to the report, though, very few surveys were actually completed. Completion rates for parents and students was very low, often in the single digits. That's your data set. This methodology would not be considered acceptable, let alone thorough, in any real academic or business setting. The data is based on opinion surveys. It's very important to understand the data isn't even hard data, it's thought and feelings. It is very important, and this is an important point, it's very important to understand that an underlying tenet of all the ideologies that emanate from critical race theory, social justice, equity, SEL, and so on, they all hold as a cornerstone tenet that if a person from a minoritized group feels oppressed or mistreated in any way, their feelings alone legitimize and validate their claim to be a victim, regardless of what any other person may say or think. In a 323 story on this current conflict on the board that ran in MLive, board member Keisha Hamilton was quoted as saying, "No amount of progress negates the experiences recounted by our JPS community." Now, I disagree with her assertion, but I think it is 100% accurate representation of what the social justice narrative demands. So, experience recounted. What this means is feelings, emotions, opinions, and very subjective personal narratives cannot be negated. Not by you, not by me, not by contrary evidence, certainly not by any kind of due process. Please understand that this version of social justice is the bizarro world diametric opposite of due process and the rule of law as we commonly understand it. It is a personal nightmare to be on the receiving end of this new and improved version of justice, which reared its ugly head during the March 15th board meeting. Have to condense here. So I may not know all the members of this board on a personal basis, but at a basic level, I get who you are. You are, or almost all of you, are alumni of the Jackson schools who are also parents of children who attended or attend the Jackson schools. Serving on the school board is not a glory job. It is a giving back and a gratitude job. I also think that most people who serve on school boards are ordinary center-left people who are happy to vote for Democrat candidates, but their lives do not center around politics. They have jobs and careers and are part of a shared political spectrum. CRT/DEI/SEL is an ideology that does not represent the political center of the country where we can agree to disagree. It is something truly new and radical. I think JPS is doing many, many good things to try to help all its students succeed. I also think Jay Marks is a decent man who speaks to everyone and
Sorry,
believes...
Mr. Hastings, you're out of time. Next up, we have Marilyn Acton-Dowell.
Hi, I'm Marilyn Acton-Dowell. My voice is going. Can you hear me? A rising tide lifts all ships, Chinese proverb. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, Declaration of Independence. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. African proverb. My own great-grandparents came to this country because they believed it was a land of opportunity. The 1960s civil rights movement sought the fulfillment of the American promise of freedom and equality under the law. Before the Civil Rights Act of 1964, we had institutionalized inequality. We are moving towards a new institutionalized racism. White children are being taught they are the oppressors, and children of color are being taught they're oppressed. With diversity, equity, and inclusion, we find a movement willing to trample rights, liberties, and national solidarity in pursuit of equity, which is distributional equality or equality of outcomes, which is often contrasted with equality where all groups receive the same rather than differential treatment. I'd like to talk about unintended consequences. As a counselor, I worked with children during the pandemic who were to practice social distancing and wear masks. It is important for children to be able to look at and read faces. This helps them in social development with the ability to read facial cues. The CDC reported that masking impedes breathing, which is not good for your brain. It also triggers many other problems, including anxiety attacks. These harms are even more likely to occur in children, particularly smaller children. Due to staying home, the children I saw had anxiety from not being able to keep up with schoolwork via remote learning, and depression because in their minds they couldn't see an end to all the restrictions. Athletic games, dances, and so many other social gatherings were canceled, which you can never, ever get back. There is a national rise in child abuse cases, suicides. We put prisoners in solitary confinement. We really did that to our children. I mean, all of us had to do it. But we did all this to be safe, even if it has been shown that if you are less than 20 years old, the survivability of COVID-19 is 99.997%. I'd like to speak about implicit bias. By definition, these are negative associations that people unknowingly hold. In critical race theory discourse, this refers to unconscious stereotypes imposed on members of a different group, also known as unconscious bias. Critical race theory scholars assert that all whites are racist, that disagreement or discomfort with this realm is also racist, and that indifference or disinterest in so-called anti-racism efforts is racist. So as a counselor, I teach personal responsibility for our actions and how to treat everyone with kindness and respect, especially ourselves. If the filter is one of implicit bias towards people of color, and that to deny this is still racism, it's a no-win situation. This is unhealthy and only leads to unhealthy behavior. There's a study done by the psychologist Martin Seligman called Learned Helplessness. When people feel they have no control over their situation, they may begin to behave in a helpless manner. This inaction can lead people to overlook opportunities for relief or change. I don't believe we can assume we know what is in the mind of an individual. Social emotional learning is being introduced in the schools, and at first glance, it makes sense. On the Michigan government website, it states on page 1, SEL competencies help support a well-rounded education that teaches to the whole child.
Thank you. Sorry, you're out of time. Okay, next up, Robin Inman. Oops, let me stop this.
Hi, I'm Robin Inman. I have 8 boys, so hopefully I can make you hear me. I'm new here. We just moved here, and my children just started going to school here for the first time. But I have 6 children in you guys' in your schools. I have adopted 11 special needs children, all with diagnoses, and I have 3 biological children who are now teachers themselves. And on February 28th, my son, my autistic 7-year-old tiny little guy, was sexually assaulted in the bathroom of Hunt by another child. On that day, I get a phone call from the superintendent's office, and I want to say it was Julie Baker. I'm sorry if I can't remember who it was, because it wasn't a moment in my life where it was very clear, but I had been told that my child had gone into the bathroom willingly and pretty much had a sexual liaison. It wasn't said that way, but they went willingly together, and that it was planned. My child doesn't have the capacity to do this. He just started being verbal, so he wasn't able. I went and got my child from school, and I came home, and I got a phone call as soon as I got in the door from the principal of Hunt stating he can't come back to school tomorrow per administration. So I had to look at my little boy and say that he can't come back tomorrow, and his little face looked at me, and he said, "Why, I bad?" And I said, "No, you are not bad." I called over several times to the superintendent's office, and they wouldn't answer. Well, I live across the street. I know they're there. So I walked in the door. Mr. Beal told me twice. I brought my daughter, who is a special education teacher from another school district, with me. He said twice that the other mother feels just as bad as I do. And I'm going to tell you right now, don't you ever approach a mother whose child was just sexually assaulted in the bathroom, that the perpetrator's mother feels as bad as you do, because you have no idea. So, as I went to leave, he stated to me, "Why don't you get your child therapy, or does he already have a therapist?" One of the problems is my child was adopted, and I guess that's a problem. I guess adopted or previous foster children want it. They're looking for that in the bathrooms. My little boy is not. So I'm going to tell you, over the next 9 days, I kept my child home. I kept him home because I said, Julie Baker is not questioning my child. I will have a forensic interviewer question my child. I took him to the hospital, and he had marks and scratches on his genitalia. If it hadn't been for that little boy, that sweet little boy who came in and witnessed what was happening to my little boy, I might not have known, because he did not have the words.
doesn't know the word for rape. Therefore, while I'm going through all of this, I was told by the people at a hospital I've never stepped foot in before that this isn't that uncommon, and they'll probably try to get you not to talk. I had somebody I don't know, a previous staff member say, oh yeah, that happens a lot. And I just want you to know. It all came out in the end, okay? In the end, after I got a lawyer, after I kept my child home for 9 days to keep Julie Baker from questioning him, after I took him myself to Child Advocacy Center, after I called law enforcement because nobody else did. Somebody else in that school system should have, but I did. Everything came out. I schooled him for 9 days. And he got to go back, and the other child did not get to go. But from what I understand, the other child was back in school, I don't know, maybe not the next day, but the day after that. My little boy stayed home with me. And I just want you guys to know that this isn't the way you welcome somebody in the community, and that's not a good day to be a Viking, I heard somebody say. Not for my little boy. And if someone doesn't get some empathy training or some kind of training to deal with the parents and to not to blame the victim, because I got a little boy who has no clue. He thinks somebody hit him in the genitalia. So I just wanted you guys to know that something needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Connor Wood.
Hello, members of the board. Can people hear me? Okay, cool. Connor Wood, I live in Bone Street. I did not graduate JPS. I moved here after college, and I don't have a kid yet, but when I do, I'll send them to JPS. And I do pay property taxes, so I'm here. And thank you to Trustee Hunt for inviting me. I'm here to offer my thanks to the teachers and the staff and to the board for steering the district through the COVID pandemic. It was tremendously difficult. I cannot imagine how hard it would have been for me if I had been a parent during it. So everyone who had kids during this process has my sympathies. And I got to say, it's absolutely shameful how far the social status of teachers and other frontline workers has fallen from the beginning of the pandemic, when they finally got the respect they always deserved, to where we are at now. This isn't what I came to talk about, but teaching uncomfortable history and talking about the way that racism works is not reverse racism or CRT. Teaching kids the truth is actually your job. So thank you for doing that. And also reducing the spread of COVID is actually a good thing. I do specifically want to thank the teachers who are listed in the Human Resources Report who are retiring after decades in the school, and welcome to the new hires. To the teachers and the staff and to the board, know that this community supports you. I'm happy to hear about all the positive work being done at JPS. I have not actually been in this building since 2019 when I visited Pathways, and the updates in the new edition look great. I'm also really happy that there's been productive dialogue because of the diverse perspectives on the board. Disagreement, I think, is healthy and is necessary. I do, however, get disappointed when I open the paper and read about board dynamics escalating from healthy disagreement to unhealthy conflict. I firmly believe that healthy organizations evaluate performance based on agreed upon metrics and benchmarks, and allegations of misconduct have to be thoroughly investigated. That's how accountability is supposed to work. I have no knowledge of the conflict beyond what has happened in the news, and I don't think that any one person or side is entirely at fault for the current dynamic, but I do believe it's the responsibility of the entire board to get this district back on track. So please lower the temperature and work together. You guys have hard jobs as the board. I think the district is, broadly speaking, on the right track. Just stay focused on the students, and the community will have your back. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Amy Gish.
I have not asked anyone to validate what I have been through. I don't need to. I know the truth. I speak the truth. Any good words that anyone is saying about the superintendent does not zero out what he has done to me, to others, and what he continues to do. In 2018, journalist Anna North wrote the following: since allegations against Larry Nassar were made public in 2016, many women have told variations of the same story. They tried to speak up. They told their parents, their coaches, university officials, other doctors. But those who had the power to stop Nassar never did anything. For years, the abuse continued. During her victim impact statement, one of Nassar's survivors pointed out to him, quote, "You were also building an army of survivors." ESPN's Sarah Spain wrote, "We shouldn't need an army of survivors to believe the stories of the abused." Licensed psychologist Dr. Sarah Sarkis wrote, "Maybe you've heard about the real story behind the tragedy of the Space Shuttle Challenger, NASA's ambitious 1986 attempt to bring space travel to the everyday, ordinary civilian. This is the year they picked one person to train and launch into space with astronauts who had trained their whole lives for this mission. Krista McCullough from New Hampshire was chosen, and the PR media campaign that blossomed around this announcement breathed new life into the NASA brand. It was late January, and there was a cold snap in Florida. The morning of the launch, temps hovered around 36 degrees. Typical temperatures were in the 50s. 12 hours before the launch, 2 engineers from the firm NASA hired to build the rocket boosters called to express concern about the dropping temperature and the reliability of the O-rings. Apparently, in colder temps, the O-ring loses its elasticity. Upon inspection that morning, icicles were found on the launch structure, and yet the launch was cleared. 73 seconds into flight, the Challenger exploded. All souls on board were lost. Do you know what psychological phenomenon killed the people described in the scenario? A phenomenon called groupthink or mob mentality is the root cause of what led to the death of those people. And guess what? It's more familiar and pervasive than what you might assume. One of the most important aspects of groupthink that most people overlook is the fact that because the behavior is dispersed over a group, the individuals no longer feel any personal responsibility for the outcome of the group behavior. The typical pressure we feel from our conscience or moral code is diluted by the presence of the group. This allows people to act and behave in ways that they would never do on their own. The groupthink or mob mentality this board uses has a name. They have identified it and have named it. It's called a united front. And the united front has an agenda. Aaron White has identified it for us. It's called Stay in Line. If you're not for this superintendent, you're not part of the united front. Get in line, or we'll do what we need to do to get you in line. Thus, the investigation. It all has played out in public. Bullies rule this board. I call them the Board Five: Angela Mitchell, Pam Fitzgerald, Cheryl Simonetti, Aaron White, and Shalonda Hunt, the Board Five. Some of you don't even know me, but you speak like you do. Mob mentality, groupthink. It reminds me of David Koresh's Branch Davidian community and Jim Jones and members of his People's Temple. A persuasive leader and a group without dissent, cult-like. It's sick, disturbing. Even when I worked for this district, I couldn't follow disturbing orders. But there are many here among us who are looking out for themselves. So that means they fall in line. They obey. They don't ask questions. They carry out their orders, even if it means they're doing something wrong, even if it means they're hurting other people, even if it means they're destroying everything someone else has worked for. They're acting just as self-centered as the superintendent acts. That's how this corrupt system works. That's why decent human beings don't fit in at Jackson Public Schools. We don't accept our dehumanizing tasks as normal. We take a stand. We get out of line. We create good trouble. And although we get tortured for it, we never give up on our agenda, taking care of kids. I'm still taking care of kids. The only difference for me now, I don't have this superintendent in my chain of command trying to get me in line. It sure feels good not having
Thanks, sorry,
you
your
around.
time is up. Next up is Jamie Grace.
Good evening. For the benefit of the audience and two new board members, I'm Jamie Grace. I recently served on the board from my election in 2014 through 2020 when my term ended. I know most of you are amazed that I was here on time. And to a greater extent, even speaking, because I know I was always on my microphone when I was at the meetings. I'm a lifelong Jackson resident and graduate of Jackson High School. My wife and children are also graduates. My desire to address the board this evening is to show support for the amazing work our teachers, staff, administration, and this board have put in through the 2 very difficult years. The accommodations were many. The determination is impressive. JPS now has great momentum from the passing of our historic $87 million bond. This is in large part due to the leadership of the superintendent and a dedicated group of stakeholders and overwhelming support of our community. We are now seeing the completion of this work, a new school, an incredible field house, and the addition of students and the advantages that these students will have for many years to come. I felt the need to address the board also because, and for those in attendance, to clear some items that I thought were grossly misrepresented. It was said that the superintendent was not upfront and lied to the community and the board in regards to his contract and its structure. This was absolutely inaccurate. As I sat on the finance committee for my entire tenure and on the board, and I can very clearly state that there was never in the past or now misrepresentation by Mr. Beal or any board member to the community. The rolling practice adopted was clear with all admin is clear and commonplace for contracts in education, and to represent or call into question through one's own misunderstanding of that process is past unfair. I find it curious that in the 6 years of sitting in your chairs, there was never anything remotely close to the commentaries that we have here now, aside from a few known disgruntled ex-employees that continue to resurface. Any organization of our side will have those that do not see eye to eye with every issue. There is always room for constructive conversation. There are always ways to improve. Participation and constructive improvement is the board's job. There is no room for purely destructive commentary. We need to continue the momentum of this district and support its leadership and Superintendent Beal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Zoe Lyons.
Good evening. My name is Zoe Lyons. I have 3 adult sons who graduated from Jackson High School. I myself was born and raised in Flint, Michigan, and graduated from Flint Northern High School. I remember when my oldest son graduated, my mom came to the graduation and talked about how proud she was that her grandson went to a diverse school. It was very important to her. I share these bits of information, and I have to put my glasses on because I'm not reading this well. It's just a quick introduction. I also want to share with you that I have begun my own learning and journey to becoming anti-racist. One of the things that we share in this work is what we call the 3 F's. I felt, I found, and I feel. I'd like to share mine with you. Before I started this work of anti-racism and DEI, I felt like I didn't have a lot to learn. I had grown up in a city and gone to school with black people my entire childhood, and that because of that, I was good on race-related things. After my learning started, I have found that not only was I not good, but I was so undereducated about race and the history of our country that I began to see all of the information I could learn, and I reached out to begin to do that. I feel now some sadness that it took me so long to start this journey, that I was 50 years old before I had any understanding of how systems have marginalized and oppressed people of color, specifically black and brown people, and how I feel responsible now to be a good ancestor by continuing this work. I share this really as an invitation to the members of the JPS board specifically to the white members like me, to lean in and do the learning that you can do. To read books and watch movies. 13th is a great movie to start with. And read articles. To the entire board, do a book study together. Meet each other for coffee, learn each other's lives and where you came from. We call these meetings one-on-ones, and they're a great way to meet each other where you are. I ask you to lean into this authentic engagement and learning for the good of our JPS students. Because JPS has white students and black students and brown students. We have multiracial students and LGBTQIA+ students. We have students living in poverty. We have hungry students and students without a bed to sleep on at night. We have traumatized students, and they are all counting on you. As their teachers are as well. They're black teachers, they're brown teachers, they're LGBTQIA+ teachers. Their teachers need you too. That this board has white members and black members and mixed race and men and women is really something to be proud of, and it is not something seen everywhere. It's imperative that you communicate authentically, that you hear the voices of those who have historically not been heard, and that you come together in your truth, your love, and your commitment to understand each other for the benefit of the students at JPS. And so I ask you to truly hear each other, to ask questions when you don't understand someone's perspective, and to withhold judgment, to create an agreement together about how you will be in this space together and that you follow that agreement in all communications. I ask that you think not only about how you can be a great JPS board member, but also how you can be a great ancestor to our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Devin Camel.
Can everybody hear me? It's Devon Camel, actually. And I want to talk about how the attendance policy, how it doesn't fit in a DEI lens because of how it doesn't express how it hurts children of marginalized societies and how it is basically more of a punishment than a solution to an attendance problem. And I heard a phrase yesterday during the forum to not see color, but see heart. And that bothered me because if you don't see me, you don't see color. That means I'm invisible to you. And that means you don't see my happiness, you don't see my doubt, my worry, you don't see my joy. That means I'm invisible. So you couldn't see how I feel in situations where if I was a JPS student, where being cut off from my education would hurt me, or it would hurt my opportunities. And I believe that's where we need to be, is see the kids where they're at and wonder why they're running late for class and wondering why they need, wondering what can we do as a community, as a school board, to help them get the tools that they need to be more successful in the classroom. And I also like to thank Keisha Hamilton for her work and speaking for those who can't speak or have been dismissed. And the fact that I find it interesting that the attendance policy was taken off of the record for today, it shows that, to me, that this is an issue that couldn't be bothered to be addressed, that is further ignoring the agenda, which is to care for our children and show that they can be heard, they can be seen, and that their lives do matter, because this is basically their lives. And kids are not just numbers. And I also wanted to address the inclusion of bringing in teachers of color. But if I was a teacher of color, to be honest, I would not work for JPS, because we have faculty members that see the pain of their community and laugh, and they're on their phones. Or we have a superintendent who uses the N-word like it's nothing in front of faculty members who are of color. That would be concerning to me if I was a teacher coming into this district, because that shows that you don't care. You don't care about my feelings. You don't care about the feelings of your fellow staff members. You don't care about the feelings of your community. And that's where it's been lost over these last few years, even during the pandemic. We forgot how to feel. And we need to get back to that. Because when we get back to learning how to feel, then real change can happen. Then we can actually be heard, and we can be seen, and the problems that we have can be addressed from a place of heart and not numbers. And that's all I got to say.
Thank you. Hey, Kendrick Lane.
Oh, my goodness. Hello. As I stated before, I would return if I had to. Trust me, I have a lot of things I would prefer to do than to establish clarity on the actions that I continue to see. You can consider me to be a curveball. I graduated here in 2006. I think our class had the most fights. There was a lot of ruckus, a lot of trauma being endured from our class. So I'm actually the second person tonight that graduated from here that my children does not attend this district. But let's keep this on track. Got 5 minutes. The lack of understanding and the lack of compassion, even with your reminder today and the presence of those two officers in the back, that just establishes what you're most concerned about, your ego. I sat and watched two people sit in this chair, crying, one embracing the other, and there was a complete disregard for that. So, if you are to help guide our children to a state of compassion and a state of love, which truly matters, now how can you do so when you do not demonstrate these things every time you get behind that microphone? See, the thing is, the majority of you sitting behind those microphones, you're one person when you're here, then when you're home, you're a completely different person. That disconnect is starting to filter into everything you do. What you do here, you're more concerned about the district itself than the children within it. You're taking the same approach that the city does. You're more worried about polishing up things and making things look good than worried about the heart of what it is that you are here to serve. I think you can call that putting lipstick on a pig. I'm not fooled by your fancy structures. I'm not fooled by your hollow words. I told you before, I see you for who you are. So, there was a post, Aaron, your post. There's a lot of things in that post, you know, how you minimized people's actions, how you minimized his actions, Jeff. I don't know. I'm still trying to figure you out. I am. I think that I've sat in a similar seat as you before, as you understand what the structure is, but you're trying to play a game that's too long because change is going to come right now. I think you're in the attaboy club. That's not where you want to be, man. I fell for that rope a couple of different times. It's not where you want to be, man. It's not where you want to be. This is not a battlefield. This is not a warrior fighting. This should be a sanctuary for these children to grow and to evolve and to become true leaders, not to become a sheep. You're hurting people, guiding them to the structure. I was one of those kids that needed help. I was 16 years old on my own. And I somehow fought and worked my way through all your systems. That's why I'm the curveball, because I see through both sides. I've experienced it. I've sat at the table with the CEOs. I've heard the structure. I've sat back and watched plant managers and CEOs completely disregard the most oblivious, atrocious things for the sake of the name, for the sake of the brand. You will not sacrifice the future of these children to promote your games anymore. It will not happen. See, the thing about me, man, is my perspective runs very deep. So just think about the many ways I can display what it is that you do to the world. I'm just getting warmed up. Check the time. I'm almost there. I'll be back. I'm going to keep coming back. I'm going to keep coming back until everyone knows exactly what it is that you stand for. It's not... You can play those games somewhere else, maybe when your product is fans or boxes or bread, but you won't do that when it's children, man. You won't. I will no longer stand for it. Everything, the trauma that... I was one who implemented the emotional trainings at a formal company when I created a culture committee. We actually raised $20,000 for Andy's Angels before people. That's the power of purpose. So I understand the effects of what could be done, but even when I did so, those effects were overlooked. It was just like, it was all about the money. Come on, man, this is in order for you to have any chance to endure this, you have one option: to go home.
Thank you. Sorry, your time's up. Next up, Julia Hastings.
May I proceed? Should I move forward more? Good? Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, members of the school board. My name is Julia Hastings, and I'm a part of the class of 23. I'm here tonight representing many of my peers. I'm here to speak to you tonight in order to address an issue prevalent in our academic standards. I'm here to propose a solution to our valedictorian selection issue. I believe we should implement a weighted GPA system, recognize the objective valedictorian and salutatorian, and still award the same amount of student scholarships. Academics, in theory, is a field dedicated to the development of individuals in order to properly equip them for the challenges in their career. Additionally, it awards merit. However, I believe the current system stunts the academic progress of students and breeds complacency. The valedictorian system communicated in the handbook of 2019, and I quote, states, "For the class of 2023 and beyond, students must take AP classwork equaling the average or greater than average in the number of 4.0 students, and students must take the number of dual enrolled classes equaling the average or greater than average of the number of 4.0 students." This was communicated quite clearly, and there is proper documentation of communication to parents of the class of 23. Additionally, anytime I asked a counselor what the system would be, this was a policy they communicated to me. Up until a few weeks ago, the class of 23 would be the first to have one valedictorian and one salutatorian. However, this plan to implement a fair system is being backpedaled on because the school does not feel there is enough communication to students about the new system. While I'm grateful that our current system recognizes students with academic achievement, the honor our valedictorians receive completely disacknowledges academic rigor. Our current valedictorian system awards every student with an unweighted GPA of 4.0 the title of valedictorian. If you are unaware of the difference between weighted and unweighted GPA, I will briefly explain both terms. A weighted GPA takes into account AP classes and at times college classes by grading on a 5.0 scale. An unweighted GPA does not take AP or college classes into account, and the maximum GPA one can receive is a 4.0. Therefore, our current system of grading on an unweighted scale completely disacknowledges achievement in challenging classes. I would like to provide you with a theoretical example that highlights our academic system. By knowing that our current system honors all students with an unweighted 4.0 GPA, imagine a student that may want to be challenged in an AP or college class, but chooses not to take it because it may lower their GPA, which would cause them to lose their $2,000 scholarship. What if I told you this was in fact a real student? I think many of you would agree that the nature of a large student body means different students have different strengths and weaknesses. I also think many of you would agree that students' weaknesses can be improved and strengths can be refined through taking challenging coursework. However, our current system not only gives no reward for students challenging themselves, but it also punishes those students by increasing their risk of losing valedictorian status. According to several AP teachers, it is more difficult for students who typically receive A's in honors classes to earn an A in an AP class, therefore giving students who are not in AP classes or dual enrollment classes an upper hand to receiving this, an upper hand and an advantage to receiving this title of valedictorian. Last year, our high school awarded a valedictorian title to 19 students, which included a $2,000 cash award to each of them, a scholarship. Our alumni endowment spent over $30,000 on these students. I would like you to think for a moment about our grading system, though. Why have 19 people earned a 4.0 GPA? It is only in a highly abated grading system that this many students can receive a 4.0 GPA. Looking at the top schools in the country, this does not occur. However, this system failing students need not remain. The administration today has the ability to properly comprehend this malaise and fix it. While I agree that students with 4.0 GPA should be awarded in some way, for example, I believe they should still be given that scholarship, I do not think they should be carelessly given the title of valedictorian when objectively they are not. This is incredibly disrespectful to the two students with the highest objective academic achievement. In order to address this issue, I propose a school transition to an unbiased and objective grading system, a weighted GPA system, and select the valedictorian
Sorry, your
who has
time's
the
up.
highest weighted GPA.
Thank you. Next up, Derek Dobies.
We got some work to do up here. Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak here tonight. As I just wanted to start off as a former mayor who has led the creation of the Department of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion in the city, the Racial Equity Commission. We created our first chief equity officer. Preaching against equity in a room full of teachers has to be one of the biggest gaffes I've heard here tonight. Schools aren't intended to teach every kid the same thing, but to give each kid the education, the instruction, and the attention that they need to be successful. And I want to thank each and every one of you for doing that work and making the difficult decisions necessary to do that, despite some of the detractors that may show up. Here tonight to simply give thanks, to thank our public school teachers who have had to teach our students through a pandemic and who have gone the extra mile to ensure equity in our education system. And to also thank our administrators. One of the funny parts about being a former mayor, I had Jeff Beal's cell phone, contact information in my phone. So every time now with a JPS student in the school system, as my daughter here, I get blasts about JPS stuff. It comes up on my phone as Jeff Beal, and I pick it up and say, "Hey, Jeff," and it's just a recording. But I do want to also thank the work that Jeff and other administrators have put into making JPS so extraordinary, and also to thank Mrs. Lusby, who is principal from Sharp Park, here with us tonight. Nova's greatest principal that Nova has ever had. But it is incredibly comforting with a kindergartner to have a principal and to be a part of a school system where I can show up to drop off my kid and see my principal of her school standing there welcoming the kids as they enter the building, giving each one hand sanitizer, and feeling comfortable leaving your kid in the hands of someone who cares that much. And I think that I'm sure is reflected across the rest of the JPS system. I also want to thank you guys as well. It sounds like there are some difficulties that you're working with, some disagreements. I always say that we can disagree without being disagreeable. And I think for those that are interested in advancing certain issues, it's worth understanding that and finding ways to surmount some of those challenges, disagreements that we face. And as a mayor, I just want to say to this board, the work that we've been doing and that I've been honored to be a part of over the last decade to rebuild and transform the city, to rebuild the downtown, has been in part because of the excellent school system that we've had, and because of the energy and work that so many of you have put into JPS, and that lends to the superintendent himself and the bond proposal, and now stepping back from public office and focusing on, we'll sharpen it when I'm done, focusing on being a father with a student in JPS. Just know that I'm very excited and honored to have a school, to have a student, and to be a parent in JPS Public Schools. Thanks.
Thank you. Next up is Stephanie, I think it's Cizik.
I'm Stephanie, excuse me. I'm Stephanie Cizek, and I'm a retired teacher from Jackson High School, in 2019 Spanish teacher. Mr. Beal, members of the board, after some time and consideration, I realized all of the same people I presented my concerns to in the past when I was being harassed while working at JPS are still pretty much in the picture. When I brought attention to the matter that I was being sexually harassed by teacher John Hastings, I was told nothing could be done about it. My concerns were that of a, quote, crazy troublemaker, unquote, who should go to the police. When I complained about a new superintendent who didn't listen to serious complaints and instead insulted me, my building principal and the HR director made no efforts to look into the matter. It's been heartbreaking to see that many good teachers have left JPS due to bullying and harassment over the years. It's also disturbing to see other teachers and losing teachers, to see other teachers and staff suffered and even sued the district due to such treatment from its leadership. But if losing teachers, students, and money to running programs that fail to attract students to choose JPS over other districts doesn't open the board's eyes to what's going on, then my statement certainly will not suffice. It did nothing when the teacher who harassed me was found guilty of the same behavior with several students in 2015, and when I called the superintendent to complain about it, as I was treated as a parent in the building. Will you do anything now? First, the fact that Mr. Beal is allowed to continue to hold 2 positions is a conflict of interest. The board should see this and rectify the matter. Secondly, it should remove anyone from the top down who does not promote a safe and healthy work environment. The board is not providing this by allowing such a person to remain at its helm. That was written this April 2022 by Gina Cowan. Many of you know her, former teacher, JEA Union Leadership at Jackson Public Schools. Her name now is Gina Ciambella. I am a retired JHS teacher and have been bullied by Jeff Beal. From the article, he implies that the only people complaining are ones who've had unsatisfactory evaluations. Totally untrue. I don't know of one complaining teacher that that's true about. And you know that, Mr. Beal. That's my insert. This is not true. Throughout my 30-year career, I had all highly effective evaluations. I had a disagreement with a former middle school principal and was called into Beal's office. During the course of the meeting, he stood up, leaned over the table, yelled in my face that I was not interested in what was best for students. I felt disrespected and bullied. I was extremely offended at the accusation that I was not looking out for the best interests of the students. At the time, he was relatively new to the superintendent job. He didn't know me at all, but his first instinct was to get his way through intimidation. There are other excellent teachers who've left JPS to get away from the bullying of Beal and the group of administrators who follow his lead. That was Pam Nordhagen. Yeah, I think some of you know her. Spanish teacher, Jackson High School, retired. What is my... Oh, yeah, I thought you were saying my time was up. And, yeah, she was an excellent teacher. I worked in the same department, and I was also bullied, as was Lisa Carroll, who left taking a salary cut and went to Northwest schools. And Pam Nordhagen was a Spanish and French teacher. You had no right to talk to her like that. She was an excellent, excellent teacher, and I didn't hang out with her. But she was across the hall from me. She did things right. She stood up for what was right, and that's what Lisa Carroll did. But like some people who've spoken before, you don't seem to care, folks. Care about, I know Superintendent Beal's done some great things, and that's good for the new aquatic center and stuff. I give you accolades.
Thank you. Your time's up.
Thank you.
Next up is Jennifer Bittinger.
Good evening. Okay, so first of all, I wanted to comment on the conflict between the board members. I have been attending the meetings where the superintendent was falsely accused of poor treatment of another of the board members. I cannot witness to these other accusations and the other business going on. I can only witness to what I have seen here at these board meetings, and in my opinion, this other board member was guilty of improper behavior, disruptive and disorderly during the board meetings. She showed no respect for authority, rules, or anyone else, and in my opinion, she has no business being in a position of responsibility on a board making decisions for our children. Even tonight, what she brought up about the tardy policy, Kids need rules, and whether they're black, white, rich, or poor, these were rules that were set up for all, and yet she's trying to use this to say that it's an attack on black males. I just get so frustrated. Please stop teaching rebellion against good truths, and please stop trying to divide us and cause discord. I also wanted to say that I attended a city council meeting in which she exhibited the same disrespectful, unacceptable behavior towards the council members there. We do not want this to be an example to our children. There should be consequences for our actions, and unless she has changed or will consider changing her actions, I believe that she should be removed from this board, and that's not because of her skin color or the fact that she's a female. So I just wanted to comment on that. It's all sad. I did want to also speak on something I'm passionate about, switch gears. Our country was established by following God's truths. Over decades of decay, man has been turning from and rejecting these truths in order to please themselves, and public education is working tirelessly to provide curriculum to teach our children distorted truth or downright lies. The truth: God made male and God made female, okay? He does not make mistakes. This is what should be taught, truth. You can change how you appear, but not your genetic makeup. And God gives us the free will to make our own choices, and many choose to reject the truths either by rebellion or by the influences to deceive. As the administrators of our children's public education, you are responsible to provide curriculum and instruct your staff to teach truth, not the humanistic ideals that are being filtered in. I am so glad that when I was a child, God didn't make all strong he-man males and all dainty females, okay? I was a tomboy. I ran with the boys. I climbed trees. I played a lot of sports. And I'm so glad I didn't have the influence of my teachers and different people trying to make me feel like something's wrong with me and I should make wrong decisions at that time. We all go through those, children go through those stages, and they should be allowed to go through those stages. In order to push certain agendas, the world is using the public schools to influence our children. And parents and concerned citizens for our future want you to reject the false teachings. Our children need to be highly educated in math, science, and reading and true history, not about their sexual orientation. In fact, I believe it is child abuse to force thoughts of these subjects on minors. You are planting immoral thoughts into these young minds that have no business in the schools. So please stop following the anti-God, anti-truth principles and help our community succeed by teaching truth. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Caden Jameson.
Testing, testing. Hello, I am here as a student at Jackson High. I'm here to talk about how the principals in our district are not following the district handbook policies. Currently at Jackson High, a new tardy policy has started that completely goes against the tardy policy in the current handbook. If I am tardy to class, I will be escorted to IST for that hour. If I am tardy again on that day, I will be sent home for the day. What message does this send to me and the other students? It does not say that education is important at all. It says that if you are tardy, you need to be punished. Never mind why I'm tardy, because no one even bothers to ask. It places me as a young black man on the school-to-prison pipeline. Many young black males in the district are already on the school-to-prison pipeline and are doing their best to get off of it, but rules like this new tardy policy keeps us there and adds more of us to it. I have friends in this district who have been murdered into the streets, friends who are in the court system, friends who have no food at home, friends who have no parents or parent support, and friends who are acting as parents to their younger siblings. For some of my friends, school is the only place that they can feel safe and get to be a teenager. And you want to have policies that kick us out for a simple tardy. How about instead you roll up your sleeves, do some digging, and figure out why that we are tardy to help us. Where a community comes together needs to be more than a saying, we need action. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up, Destiny Davis.
I will try to speak up, but I have a loud voice anyways. For those that don't know me, my name is Destiny Davis. I'm the French teacher at middle school at Parkside, and hopefully one day a principal for Jackson Public Schools. This is my 7th year at JPS. In my classroom, I teach kindness, empathy, stress management, and there's some French thrown in there too. We meditate, we journal, and we color because mental health is important, especially nowadays. I have conversations with my students about race, injustices in the world, equity, and getting their opinions about current events. I have openly talked with them about their life experiences as young people of every background and every group. I have bought school supplies, backpacks, Christmas presents, belts, and food for students that may otherwise go without. To say being an educator is my job would be a lie. Being an educator is my lifestyle choice. Those that know me know I'm being truthful when I say that because my free time is seriously lacking due to my dedication to this craft. That being said, the JPS that is being described these days is not the JPS that I work for. I work for the JPS that provided food and lunch for families during the shutdown, internet for kids to work remotely, that was talked about in the New York Times and tweeted by Kamala Harris, gives clothes to kids that are in need, and hands out backpacks of food for weekends. In my many roles during my 7 years here, not once have I ever felt unsupported by my administrators. Even with my rather loud disagreements and crucial conversations we have had, their support never wavered. One of my many roles was director of the French exchange program before COVID, and we had 15 students signed up to travel the year the shutdown happened. In that role, I have had to deal with a rather pushy and very aggressive woman who was the director of a program we used to host and to go to France. At one point, she sent an email without thinking that was incredibly rude and disrespectful. So I got a hold of Jeff. Jeff got copies of all of her emails from me, as this was not the first time, and I'd been dealing with it without saying anything for quite a while. During a scheduled conference call with this woman, Jeff spoke to her about her show of disrespect and lack of professionalism while I was doing cartwheels on the other side of the classroom. Never once was his tone threatening or intimidating, but he was calm, cool, and collected while still getting his point across. Honestly, I cannot imagine working anywhere else or for any other administration. We have teachers and administrators that do the most, as the students would say. We're getting partnerships with community members. We have reality fairs. We teach and run our after-school tutoring programs, and so many clubs I'd have to take off my shoes to count. We have administrators and staff that teach with their whole heart, myself included, which is why I'm so grateful to have passed that knowledge and that ability on to a graduate student intern from the University of Michigan, which is the first year that's happened at JPS. While there's work to be done, as we could see from the DEI forum last night that I attended, I look forward to continuing to toot our JPS horn and our Parkside horns because there is so much more positive in our district. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Jackie Leslie. I think I got it right. Did I get your last name correct?
You did.
Okay, good.
Yes, Jackie Leslie, and I'm a resident of the Jackson Public School System. And I like what that last gal said. She is one of the things that I wanted to think about the teachers here at JPS, because it's clear that she loves what she does. And we need more teachers like her that actually enjoy being with the kids, and I appreciate that. On the other hand, most Americans believe the idea that every person should rise above their origins through education, hard work, and good citizenship. This is part of the American dream. People from all areas of the globe want to come here to experience this dream. But what we are experiencing in America today with the modern approach to social change is an attack of these foundations and our core beliefs. What is so wrong with the merits of education, hard work, and being a good citizen? Our country was founded on these values, and they are valuable. People throughout history of our nation have been very successful on those principles. People in Jackson, Michigan have lived good lives based on hard work and education. But today, our children are taught in schools that everything about American society is thoroughly racist, and minority groups will never be equal until American society is entirely reformed. Children are taught that hard work, education, and merit-based achievement is racist. Children are taught white people are the oppressors and all others are oppressed. What is the outcome of this theory? How are biracial families to deal with this theory? Think about the single parent, mom of a Hispanic Caucasian heritage, who has loved and cared for her daughter, says her daughter is being taught to hate the parent based on the color of her skin. The ideology would have the daughter hate and deny part of her own self. This theory being forced on our children does not work. This mom is a former school teacher who taught her students how to think and treat others with respect and dignity, upon which our nation was founded, that all men are created equal. Another set of biracial educated parents ask, how does that theory work? Are kids half oppressor and half oppressed? When they come home, who do they see? An oppressor and the oppressed? As a nation, we must recognize the equal and inherent dignity of all people and oppose any indoctrination plan that reinforces hate. Diversity, equity, inclusion are cover-ups for critical race theory and is being taught in our schools. Defenders of critical race theory will aggressively claim that it is only a theory and its critics are overreacting. But this theory ceases to be a theory when it crosses the threshold into a school. It's assigning a societal value to students based on their skin color, telling kids that the universal values of merit and hard work are white supremacists. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Louise Gardner.
First, I would like to say this subject is very emotional to me as a mother of an autistic high school student who has also been through a similar situation as myself in her past. My daughter does not attend the school district as we live on the west side of the state. It is encouraging to see my former teacher, Libby Brown, and former classmate, Keisha Hamilton, on the school board. Good evening. My name is Eloise Gardner, formerly known as Eloise David. I am an alumni of Jackson High School, class of 1999. I grew up attending a small private Christian school prior to Jackson High. Our graduating class was 18 students. Imagine my shock as I transitioned to high school. It was obvious to my peers I was not like them. As a result, I was horrendously bullied during my career as a high school student at Jackson High. If it wasn't for teachers such as Penny Davis, Pat Aben, and Julia Clark Porter, I wouldn't know where I would be today. These teachers always provided a safe place for me every day. They encouraged and gave me confidence to keep moving forward. Mrs. Aben taught us to respect ourselves and one another. In her class, if students used any cursing or said the word "shut up," we had to see her after class. Still to this day, I avoid using the word "shut up." Her class was safe because I knew nobody could hurt me with their words in her room. Likewise, Penny Davis provided a safe place where we were taught acceptance. She taught us to try our best with anything we strived to do. When projects didn't turn out as good as we hoped, it was okay because I knew bullying was not tolerated in her room. Ultimately, the only opinion that mattered was hers since she was grading my work. It breaks my heart to know at least one of these safe people is a victim of adult bullying in the same building where I was protected by them. This must end. If JPS truly cares about their students and staff, there needs to be consistency and consequences that apply to all in the realm of bullying, staff and students alike. Think of your own families, your wives, husbands, children, and grandchildren. Would you like them bullied? Bullying leads to irreversible consequences that can be carried an entire lifetime. Trust me, it happens. Don't allow the toxicity of bullies to poison the future of our teachers, students, and families. Take a stand, do what's right, and treat everyone with dignity and respect. You might be surprised the ultimate outcome you will experience. Thank you for your time and allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Next up, Marcy Jankovic.
Good evening. I'm Marcy Jankovic. I'm a JPS grandma. My grandson is at Jackson Montessori School. I'm very proud of him, and I'm glad he's here. Allegedly, critical race theory is not taught in Michigan schools. It's not taught. It's implemented. It's disguised with new acronyms like DEI, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, or SEL, Social Emotional Learning, and it has come to light that the NEA has nationalized CRT, committing it to the full range of left-wing radicalism. Claiming there is no CRT in K through 12 is a sleight of hand using the word taught per a press release from the Department of Education. The technicality is used to try to sneak CRT past parents. CRT is composed of both theory and praxis, the activism done with that theory in mind. When proponents say CRT is not taught in class, what they mean is that teachers are not reading college-level academic CRT legal texts to kindergartners. No one claims that those texts are being read in class. Our claim is that adherents will engage in CRT praxis by infusing concepts of CRT in their curriculum guidelines, as evidenced in the adoption of a resolution by the NEA to promote CRT in all classrooms. Again, they don't teach the theory, they implement it. Thousands of teachers signed a pledge to continue teaching that intentionally divisive curriculum to be taught their truth about this country, that it was founded on dispossession of Native Americans, slavery, structured racism, and oppression, and structural racism defines society today, according to CRT. Universities and colleges have created a cottage industry of people who profit from indoctrinating America's future leaders with the dangerous and destructive ideology. These future leaders spread this diseased ideology like a virus without an antidote into K-12 public and private schools. Critical race theory avers every dysfunctional condition in Black urban communities can be traced to slavery and its aftermath. There is no place for individual choice or initiative or responsibility. What critical race theory actually accomplishes in districts where it has been implemented over time creates anger, frustration, and despondency, especially among persons in the victim categories who internalize this destructive message. CRT is born of critical theory established by the Frankfurt School, including theoretician Marcuse. This academic discipline was fostered by Derek Bell at Harvard when he began to study law through the lens of race. Bell maintains that society is divided along racial lines into white oppressors and Black victims, similar to the way Marxism frames the oppressor-victim dichotomy along class lines to promote communism. CRT contends America is permanently racist and that its legal structures are invalid. While the tenets were created in law schools, those ideas have filtered down through the work of people not directly involved with the legal professions. Co-founder of CRT, Richard Delgado, said that CRT is in some ways more lively in education than it is in law. Dr. Marks was asked at the meeting last night about who his thought influencers were. He mentioned those names along with Robin DiAngelo. He seems like a nice man, and we achieved some real good communication, but the focus of the meeting last night at Parkside seemed to be a promotion to lay the groundwork to hire a DEI coordinator at JPS. We don't need a DEI coordinator at JPS because we have a human resources department that can do the job. We don't need CRT to teach true history or to recruit qualified candidates of all types. We can do that without a coordinator. The CRT talking points for the districts JPS received from MASA claim citizens don't understand CRT. Yes, we do. Those talking points sought to sow doubt in those who are alarmed at the Marxist roots and radical ideology of CRT. We're not fooled. It is unacceptable to group children of any color or to teach them to judge the character of others based on their race or ethnicity. Children of every color are individuals, not responsible for the sins of their ancestors. Educator Robin DiAngelo proclaims, quote, "It is not possible to avoid being socialized into a racist worldview if you are white." SEL instills groupthink at the expense of the individual. Proponents claim, we just want to teach honest history. Well, that's dishonest. While it's fair to note that CRT does look at history, it does so through a lens with a mandated narrative. The claim it is merely the teaching of history ignores the negative manner in which CRT does so in praxis. Slavery, Jim Crow, Japanese internment, racism, sexism, and more have been addressed in K-12 curricula long before CRT was pushed into the classroom. I'm 75 years old. I had it when I was in high school. Parents want history taught accurately through a lens that affirms the American idea that all humans are created equal and endowed by their Creator with unalienable
Marcy.
rights.
Your time is up. I would like to ask the board, we have 7 more speakers. Would someone like to make a motion to take a 10-minute break for a bathroom?
I'll make the motion to take a 10-minute break.
Okay. Second? Okay. Can we just go? Okay. All right. All right, we will resume 8:41. So we will resume. Thank you, everyone. Okay. Oh, is she coming? Oh, okay. Oh.
She was walking around.
Okay. Okay, we will start in 1 minute. Thanks, Erin. Yeah. Okay, we will resume in 5 minutes at 8:47. So we are back with a public comment, and we are on to, and sorry if I mess up your name, J.N. Bostic Jr.?
You'd like to speak in this, okay?
Okay.
You don't have to do it if you don't want to.
I love you, Grandma.
I love you
too.
Here, go ahead, read. Go ahead, read.
Okay. My name is Johan. I'm 4 years old. I like trains. I want to be an engineer. I need to be in class, and that's safe. And where my teacher focus on me and be happy. Yay! You're welcome.
Okay. Am I next?
Yep.
Okay. Wait, you can sit next to me. Okay. All right. So this is my grandson, you guys. I'm very proud of him, not only for his zest to learn, but also for the work that his village has vested in him. That's what it's all about, my why and my purpose. I've heard, I didn't even plan on talking about this critical race theory, but you know what? In 10 years or less, he will be viewed as a threat, okay? And there's situations that he will be faced with simply because of the color of his skin. And it just kills me that after 500 years of oppression and racism and discrimination, that because someone wants to talk about the true history of our country, they're now the victims. So that's all I'm gonna say about that, because I already had an agenda for what I wanted to speak about. But I want the best for my babies, the youth, and the community overall. And I am going to show up every time there are concerns expressed about the processes that impact them in a negative way. I also show up to cheer when positive things occur. I want to publicly remind people that the investigation, because I think things have gotten off track a little bit, but the investigation for Jeff was specifically opened as a result of an incident immediately after the January 2022 meeting. The fact that delegates and former teachers showed up last month to share their experience is a whole other matter. And we must not let the smoke from those issues blind the issue at hand, which again was regarding an issue of inappropriate behavior by Jeff towards Keisha in January. I want to talk about impact and intent. If an action was intended to be positive, but the outcome is negative, you can't just forget about the impact that the action caused. We must address the impact. There needs to be ownership and or accountability for inappropriateness. As educators, as adults, we always find the message in accountability for youth, but quite often we don't apply that same accountability to ourselves. As a resident of Jackson who is totally vested in the success of the community, I support Keisha. I've sat here and witnessed how other board members get irritated because she asks questions. It is very evident in the body language and the comments. Keisha has represented the concerns that I have regarding the agenda topics at JPS meetings. And just because she asks questions, you just clarify. Why is, all of the attitude, and just clarify the question, or, she asked the question, you clarify it, and then you move on.
So all the extra, I don't understand. But she seems to be prepared, and from my perspective, she asks the right questions and she challenges status quo. She's also very visible, boots on the ground in the community, advocating for equitable processes and decision-making in all spaces that she participates in. I reviewed just before this meeting a full list of equitable actions she has taken since she's taken the seat. And these last couple of months, I've been witness of her representing me and my concerns. We can agree to disagree if you don't like the questions that she asks, but know that she does represent a segment of this community, many who have historically experienced inequity. Here's a perspective. Is your visceral reaction to Keisha because you are unwilling or unaccustomed to authentically listen to someone who represents people who have not had adequate representation? Think about that. I'm not here to minimize good work that Jeff has done, whether it be the bond approval or the improvements we've had with the buildings, but I am here to hold him accountable and also hold you all accountable as the school board for what he did in January. My grandma said there are 3 sides to every story: the first, the second, and the truth. And the truth of all the story, it kind of falls somewhere in the middle. But she also said, where there is smoke, there's fire. The school board must not turn a blind eye. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Becky Wood.
Good. Okay, good evening, Superintendent Beal, board members, central office staff, my esteemed principal, Jeremy Patterson, community members, and fellow JPS staff. My name is Becky Wood, and I teach 7th grade social studies at Parkside. I have held this position for 3 years. My journey with JPS started many years ago. My 3 siblings and I all graduated from Parkside when it was a high school. We attended JPS from kindergarten through graduation. I can easily say that JPS prepared us for the real world, both academically and socially. My journey with JPS does not end there. My dad, John Hammersley, was a math teacher at Frost and Parkside when it became a junior high. He also taught driver's education and was involved with a football program. My mom, Carolyn Hammersley, started the strings program during the 1970s and built it up to be an amazing opportunity for anyone involved. When she retired in 1989, the program was at its best. I am a JPS family. I have 5 children, and all 5 attended JPS from kindergarten through graduation. I did have the choice of sending my children to Western schools where I was then teaching. I never considered that as a choice because I knew the curriculum, diversity, and extracurricular activities at JPS were far superior. All 5 of my children successfully graduated. 1 was a valedictorian and have professional jobs, while 2 are still in college. JPS prepared them to be successful not only through education, but interacting in the adult world where decisions are not always easy. I taught for Western School District until 2008 as their lead adult education instructor. The program closed due to funding, and I knew that this was my time to teach for JPS. I was hired in 2008 and taught until 2013, both at Wilson and then moving to Parkside. In 2013, due to health problems, my teaching career came to a halt. It was a decision made for me, and in hindsight, I understand the reason. I was not happy about it at the time. I had some tough conversations with Jeff Beal and Ben Pack, who was then the Human Resource Director. And at the time, did not return to teaching. Even though the conversations we had were tough, never at any time did I feel intimidated or threatened. It was simply tough conversations on both sides. It was in my best interest, looking back, that I did not teach. I was not healthy and would not have been at my best in the classroom. However, in 2017, I really wanted to return. I could have applied at any district, anywhere, but the only place I wanted to teach was at JPS, primarily at Parkside. I asked to serve as a long-term substitute so I could prove to myself and others that I could return to work. In the fall of 2017, I worked at Parkside as a long-term substitute for 7th grade social studies. Then, in January of 2018, I stepped in to fill in a vacant position for 6th grade social studies and finished out the year. In the summer of 2018, I was offered a full-time social studies position at Parkside. Upon returning, no one made me feel that I was not welcome. In fact, returning to Parkside was like returning home. I have never, ever been happier as a teacher, and my choice will always be JPS. It is a district that offers challenges, diversity, and quite honestly, a true feeling of making a difference. I am grateful to Jeff Beal for giving me the opportunity to return to JPS. I also appreciate Human Resources and the staff that interviewed me, and I'm also grateful to the board for approving the decision as well. Everyone looks at situations from different perspectives. This is what makes this world so wonderful. We can learn and grow if we keep open minds and listen to one another. This has been a real learning experience for me to come back, and a very positive one at that. Working for JPS is like having a second family and a second chance to finish what I started. I will always say it is a great day to be a Viking. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Andre Parker.
Good evening, everyone. First and foremost, my name is Andre Parker. I'm a student advocacy center. I come as a father of a teenager and a middle schooler. I'm a former teacher, a former coach, head coach. So I wore many hats in the education realm. Sitting here tonight, It really breaks my heart to hear some of the things that are said tonight. I think this is a very dynamic district with very passionate people, very proud people, great history. I want to say I commend you for the job that you guys do up here, because I know it's hard. But there's a disconnect within you all and with parents, teachers, the community, kids. We're all in this. Let me go back. I am in this, or got into teaching and coaching, because I wanted to give back to children. I had people do that for me. I think that's getting lost in some of these back and forths, is we're here for children. There's been a lot of personal attacks, all right? And that's not why I'm here, okay? And there's been personal attacks from to Keisha. Miss Hamilton, excuse me. We're not on a first name basis. So I apologize, Miss Hamilton. And it shouldn't be. It's okay to have courageous conversations. It's okay to have difference of opinions. But we have to listen to each other. Body language is a language. Some of your body language, to quite honestly, and it's the public watching you, right? So what type of example are we setting? when we're not listening to someone that has a different opinion than us? How are we teaching? Well, we call ourselves educators. If you heard, and I'm sure you did because we are here, there's a clear divide in this community, depending upon who was up here. And I'll say it, from white to black to something in between, of the experiences they've had with the board, with the school system, with the community. A clear divide. And as educators, as a school board, we have to break those barriers down. Not run from them, not hide from them, but meet them head on. That's our job, that's our duty. You represent all of us. So to have discourse up there publicly, what does that say to the community? The school system is the bread and butter of a community, period. We have to do better for our children, for our future. We have to do better. We have to listen. We have to have the hard conversations. We can't run from the things that are being brought up. We can't sweep them under the rug. We can't take them off the agenda. Because the suspension rates are through the roof in this district. Disproportionately from people that look like me. Through the roof. Facts. University of Michigan Poverty Solutions data. Look it up publicly. Homelessness
Thank you.
in this district is through the roof.
Sorry, your time is up. Thanks. Next up is
We have to do
Maisha
better.
Jones.
We have to do better. I thank you for your time.
Good evening, everyone. As mentioned, my name is Maisha Jones, and I want to acknowledge again, for those of you who follow me and expect me to be looking fine all the time, I do leave Taekwondo practice and come immediately here, so I'm sweated out and looking a hot mess. Please don't judge me. I'll be fine again tomorrow, I promise. But anywho, I first want to start by acknowledging a really great experience that I recently had with Mr. Patterson, the principal at Parkside. I had a situation with a family member who goes to Parkside, and you know, we can be honest, when your loved one is involved with the situation, you get very concerned, and I really was ready to cut up because, you know, I do have a secondary black belt in Taekwondo. No, I'm just playing. That's not why. But you get really passionate and emotional and really want action taken. And I went into Mr. Patterson's office and really just expressed my concerns. And I was very upset and emotional. And he didn't get offended or afraid. He really just heard me. We made an action plan, and he followed through. And I thought, man, this is the experience that we should all have when we're upset. We should be able to come as ourselves. He didn't say, hold on, Maisha, you can't have that volume in here. He allowed me to be who I needed to be, and we made a plan. And I'm glad that experience happened to me. And I want to really just transition that, and for first and foremost, to thank our all of our teachers and everyone who's working hard to make our students have the best experience through education they can. But I was really concerned because how I acted towards Mr. Patterson with my nephew and how he responded was amazing. But if I hear stories from people who don't have that amazing experience, I'm not going to be like, well, mine was good, I'm good. I'm going to be like, no, why didn't they have the same experience? And when I hear all these teachers get up and talk about how great their experience is and how great Mr. Buell is, I'm glad that you had that experience, but why aren't you concerned about all of these stories we've heard about the horrific experiences? Like, where's your empathy? Yeah, my experience was great, but that privilege that I'm fine, everything is fine, that's not a good representation of the type of people that we want to be for our students. We should be like, whoa, wait a minute. My experience was great, but why everyone should be just as great? And I think that's something that our teachers need to maybe look into. I'm glad your experience was great, but everyone hasn't. I remember what happened at Albion with that, the superintendent of the college. He did one thing, and he was out like a light. This is the first school board I have ever heard so many horrific things about a superintendent, and nothing's been done. If anything, your credibility and the negative impact is enough to do something. I'm like, oh yeah, good to have friends in high places, I guess. But anywho, I'm just concerned, like, if any job you have where you paid and that many concerns are risen about you, you getting fired. Like, I don't even know one human being who can have this many negative things brought up and just be like, oh, okay, I'm good. And so the next thing I really want to transition to is really this. I think everybody need to stop Googling critical race theory, because y'all, let me just help you out, okay? Diversity, inclusion, and equity. Diversity acknowledges that we are all different. We seem to get that well because we see that we're all different. Our race, our backgrounds, our education level, the way we choose to communicate, our hair, all of this stuff is different. Inclusion is inviting everyone to the table where we have a voice, we have thoughts, we have opinions. They're welcomed, they're well-resourced. We have what we need to make this an open space. Equity is ensuring that everyone has what they need to be successful. Now, equity is not always fair. However, if we have equity, the result is fairness, okay? So if we're thinking about things through an equitable approach, then we would understand things like the attendance policy is definitely not equitable. I know as a person who comes and does program with JPS, this attendance policy has already caused a lot of issues, even with my small program I do from JPS. It's just not equitable. And once we understand that, we'll be able to do better work. I will say, that I'm concerned about just so many different things, but more importantly, I want to acknowledge the fact that it's really important that we understand what equity means. I saw a lot of people like quoting things from our founding fathers, and let's not forget that this country was built on racism, on oppression. We stole this land. We stole America. So we can't be talking about the founding fathers. When they created all this stuff, black people were still in slavery. So we keep quoting this, all men are created equal and stuff. No, we were not. That is proven. And so I want to say this last thing. I want to say so much stuff, but I'm getting tired. I've been sweating all day. But let me tell y'all, the comments, I don't like talking about people individually.
Thank you, Maisha. Sorry, your time's up.
That's all right, Boo. Thanks.
Next up, Kelly Hoover.
Good evening, everyone. I did not plan to speak tonight. I wanted to listen because I think that's a skill I always have to work at and something I want to take in, because I understand my JPS experience isn't everybody else's experience. I understand that I have 2 sons at Jackson High School. Yes, I have a husband that works and coaches here. I chose Jackson High School because of the diversity, because of the challenges and things my children can learn to be a wonderful, rounded adult, to accept all people, to work with all people, to listen and to care. Now, I immediately immersed myself into JPS when I came here. I'm not from Jackson, I'm from the Detroit area, and I just thought, this is great, I have an opportunity. As soon as I got into elementary school, what can I make a difference? Things aren't fair on the playground, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna run for PTO, we're gonna change some things on that. Hey, JPS needs new things. They need new schools, they need new buildings, they need new equipment, they need to have education in the classroom that kids can understand from all backgrounds and understand. So what do? I put my money where my mouth is, and I worked as the treasurer on the last 2 three bond, I'm a little nervous, trying to think off the top of my head, 3 bond runs. Because I believed in JPS, not for my children, but for the children that are going to come. While I'm here tonight, my children are a junior and a senior. Have we had a wonderful experience at Jackson Public School? Yes. Have we had things that came up, problems that have occurred? Yes, but handled it in the appropriate manner of meeting with my administrations, with the superintendent, and with school boards. Many of you I've talked to, had conversations with. I think that it is important in that component, and when I'm looking at my lifespan here at Jackson Public Schools and the parents to come and the parents that will volunteer and that will be doing that cheerleading on their Facebook pages and in their social media about how proud they are to have a graduate of a class of 2022 or class of 2023 or the classes to come, I think it's really and critically important to understand that when we're listening and we're trying to come together and talk and make change, it's important to do so. But I also think that it's a community-based thing. And again, please understand, I'm here as Kelly Hoover, the parent of 2 children. I'm not here as anything else tonight. When I see problems within my community, I don't talk about it, I go jump in. So when we have children that live with us for periods of time, when we have children that need a meal that come to our house to have conversations, I understand that they don't have that privilege. It could be numerous different kids that come through our house. They might not have the privilege of a parent at home or a meal at that point, or where am I going to get my clothes washed the next day? These are conversations that are happening with kids every day. That's why we're making differences in our community. I think that when you run for school board, you are running because why are you here? You're not getting paid. It's not, you're not famous. You're not a celebrity. You're here because you all ran because you're interested in the benefit of this community and raising up all the children that participate and come to Jackson Public Schools. I'm very, very proud of Jackson. I know it's not perfect, and that's why we have to have these conversations, but it's important in those conversations not to lose respect. To have the conversations that are uncomfortable and crucial, but to do it in a manner in which you are actually getting work done and moving forward in that process to make that change. Because change is important. Change is forever happening. Change is going to happen after we're all gone and retired and the next generations are coming through because we're going to show them how it's done. How do we make that change? How do we make things happen so our community is better? That we have kids that go, hey, I don't want to get out of Jackson. I'm coming back to Jackson to work because I want to be here. And that is happening in crucial conversations with companies. I see more people talking today than I did 25 years ago when I started living here in Jackson. When I first came to Jackson, it was very, very different than it is today. Is it ever going to be perfect? No, because society is always changing. But when we're doing that in a very respectful manner in which we are communicating and making those changes, we can get somewhere. And I think that is caring about, and a lot of people have had great comments tonight, but caring about that village and making sure that the village works together. I know that some people are like, well, there's people in here that have questions, that concerns, but I am proud. I am proud to have 2 Jackson High almost graduates. I am proud of their experience. And a lot of that was because we decided to be active and intentional parents in our children's lives and other children's lives, and making sure that we are not only caring about only our own children, but the children of others and the people that might need assistance to get to school, a grocery, what happens. So it really, when we're talking, it's about the community too, like the community stepping up to make that manage. If it's not everybody that can get their kids up off to the school, what do you need help with? And I think these are very important, crucial conversations. I think there's conversations happening now. I think it's the future. We're walking into a position where we're going to be having some elections on the school board. I think these are important conversations to be having during that process of time. And I think it's important to understand that we are generally here because we care. We care. You wouldn't be here if you wouldn't. You wouldn't run for school board if you didn't care. For all the different backgrounds that I'm seeing.
Thank you, Kelly.
Oh, sorry.
Thanks, time's up. Thanks. Okay, next is Jasper Lusby.
Hi, I am Jasper Lusby, and I am here. I'm the principal at Sharp Park Academy, but I also represent JPS AA, and my colleague, Mr. Du Bois, is here to join me. We've had several conversations, and we would like to read a letter that we composed to the Jackson School Board of Education. We, the members of JPSAA, feel compelled to share with you, the JPS Board of Education, the incredible progress and the good news of positive affairs that are occurring throughout all of the JPS schools daily. The district has been a beacon of positive growth, outcomes, and overarching successes for a plethora of students who have walked through the halls of these buildings. Our students are growing academically, they are being supported through social-emotional learning, receiving services and opportunities that are unique both to county and statewide. We have continuously demonstrated what it means to believe the hype, and the progress made as a district in the past several years cannot be ignored. As a district, there is room for improvement and growth. As is the case with any district or local education agency, the only way to ensure this growth that allows for the best outcomes for our students, staff, and district is to work together for our students to provide the best educational and personal achievement possible. The members of the JPSAA strive to ensure this outcome day in and day out as we put in countless hours of dedication to service and learning of our students. In short, JPSAA recognizes that it is of the utmost importance that we continue to improve and grow together as a community and as a unified district. As a unit, we acknowledge the importance of continued learning and growth, but we also acknowledge the steps that have been taken by both the community, the Board of Education, and each individual school building to both ensure and strengthen the importance of this focus. As educators, it is our responsibility to provide these outcomes for all students. We believe that the district currently sits in an outstanding position and that both district leadership and the members of JPSAA will continue to strive to attain excellence for all students together. We believe that the challenges facing students both continuing to learn and grow in the midst of a pandemic and the challenges they will face post-pandemic are daunting and immense. It is our belief that the responsibility and duty charged to the board is to continue promoting ways to engage students in 21st century learning skills, strive towards academic excellence, and to adhere to a student-centered focus. Members of JPSAA believe that as we need to continue to strive for excellence in education, we must do so with an unwavering commitment to serving our children, our teachers, our support staff, while we shift our concentration and lens away from divisiveness and negativity and towards a student-centered professional orientation. We believe that this will best serve all members of the Jackson Public Schools community, the citizens of the city of Jackson, and all who cross paths with a student who has attended Jackson Public Schools. We truly believe the hype, and we believe that it is important that all members of the Jackson Public Schools Board of Education both recognize and acknowledge the tremendous growth this district has attained over the past several years. We ask that we all work together towards removing barriers and challenges that are blocking our students' path to their best educational achievements and continue striving for excellence as a cohesive team. As part of this, we would like to share some of the things that JPSAA membership counts among the celebrations for JPS. As leaders in this district, we believe in our JPS community. Most of us have graduated from JPS, and most of our children attend school here. Staff have spent evenings and weekends working successfully to pass a bond that provided for new and improved facilities for all JPS students, and these facilities are amazing. Staff come early, we work through lunch, we stay late, and we take care of the academic and emotional needs of our students. Our focus is always on the students. We don't quit on our kids. Through pandemics, crises, negativity from others, we show up every day 100% committed to the success of our students. Our students, just like our staff, look out for, learn from, and support each other. We look out for those who need a kind word, a fist bump, a listening ear, and support. JPS is progressive, and we are a work in progress. We love our community, we love our young people and families, and we love our staff. Leadership in our buildings is supported, and our initiatives and ideas are encouraged. All that we do to enhance the lives of our Jackson County youth with the hopes to create a better future for everyone. We are products of this system, and we will continue to build it up. We work hard to actively recruit high-caliber professionals who are passionate and committed to the success of our students, as we have teachers who are coming upon their retirement years. We seek
Sorry,
high-
Jasper, your time's up.
Dang it, I
Thank
wasn't
you.
talking fast enough. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. That concludes number 7. So we have one pulled item that was pulled from the consent agenda for action, 21-22-107. Marcus.
Sorry, my laptop died.
You need mine? Yep, here. Sorry. Teamwork.
So every year we contract with Community Action Agency for classroom space for the Head Start and Great Start Readiness Program. So before you tonight, we have the contract for the 22-23 school year, not to exceed $64,000. We are recommending approval of the 22-23 room rental agreement between JPS and Community Action Agency at this time. One thing to note, the only things that we changed in the next year's agreement are the dates. We've left everything the same as the last few years.
Okay, thank you, Marcus. So at this time, I would entertain a motion for approval of the 2022-23 room rental agreement between Community Action Agency and Jackson Public Schools as presented.
So moved.
Support. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Cheryl. Any deliberation or discussion?
Just a note, because I work for CAA, I won't be participating in this vote, so I'll be abstaining.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And, yep, and Hamilton is abstaining, yep. Okay, motion carries. So we are on now number 8, bond items, 21-22-109, TMP additional services fees discussion. Marcus?
Over the course of our bond over the last several years, TMP, our architecture firm, has conducted additional services at a number of our locations that have gone above and beyond the original scope of the bond project. As you remember, initially the bond was approximately $87 million. We've added a little over $3 million in additional interest, which we've put back into the buildings as an additional scope. So again, the cost of these additional services totals $126,126, incurred fees by TMP and their consultants. This is just for discussion tonight. We'll be bringing this back again next month for an approval.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Just deliberation? No? Okay. Hearing none, we are on number 9, discussion items. The first one is 21-22-110, bus camera system. Marcus?
Our current bus camera system is outdated, quite old, and difficult to access data when we do need to look at tapes and such. So we've solicited bids from multiple vendors. We received 3 quotes from different companies. Each were similar with cloud-based solutions. The one company, Provision, was a low bidder at $193,212, which after discussions within our department seems to be the best solution for JPS. There are neighboring districts that use Provision that we reached out to and have been able to sample video to test the quality of their camera systems. We did discuss this at our March Finance and Facility meeting. Again, tonight we're just bringing this for discussion, and we'll look for board approval next month.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Marcus?
Just real quick,
Aaron?
Marcus, I know we mentioned for the meeting's sake, we would just briefly highlight some of the features of the cameras and the functionality. You know, some parents may want to know, for example, in an emergency, how quickly can staff access the video? What devices can it be played on? And just walk us through that if you could.
Sure. So I know we talked about a few things. So again, this would be a cloud-based system. So as far as how quick we can access the data, as soon as we're within our, Wi-Fi point where it gets uploaded to the cloud, that's as soon as we can get it that fast. Currently, we have to wait for the bus to come back to the garage, pull a physical hardware tape off the bus, plug it in, go through a lengthy process. So it is a lot quicker. The quality is HD color quality compared to right now it's black and white images. Just to kind of date the system that we currently have.
And can you also explain how many cameras and the locations per bus?
Yes. I believe there's a couple of cameras that provide full views of the entire bus, where currently I believe we do have blind spots, so we'll be able to see everywhere inside the buses, along with, I believe there's cameras on the stop arms of the exterior of the bus to be able to see anything that we need to as far as other traffic, maybe that, maybe interfering with students getting on or off buses and things like that.
Okay, thank you. Next line item is 21-22-111. It's community eligibility provision, CEP. Marcus?
So again, we have a few food service items tonight that we're bringing for discussion. One is the community eligibility provision. This is part of the Healthy Hunger Free Kids Act of 2010, which allows schools that have a student population of 40% or more that are directly certified students to participate in this program. And what this does is it allows us to provide free meals to all students in the district, and a majority of the students participate in that. There is no cost to the district to participate in the program. So again, all students are able to receive meals at no cost, and then revenue will, changes slightly, compared to non-CEP years. It really raises the participation among students that participate in breakfast and lunch programs, and is, it's a great program for the district. So again, this is bringing to your attention for discussion this month, and we'll be back again next month to approve it.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Marcus?
Okay. I have one.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find my paperwork. I'm a little tired. Is this the one that has the adult cost of lunch and dinner? Is another one? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I'll find it. Thank you.
Marcus, just real quick for clarity's sake, I know in previous years, and it seems like we at least run this by parents every year, where if either you're eligible or not, is there an obligation for parents across the board in the beginning of the school year to submit any form or any confirmation on the parent's end in order for this program to truly work?
We do need to collect household data from families at the beginning of the year to meet the thresholds, I believe, to remain eligible in the program, yes.
Okay, thank you. Next line item is 21-22-112, participation in the free and reduced price meal program and meal prices for 2022-23. Marcus?
So every year the board needs to approve our participation in the free and reduced meal program, and as a part of that, the USDA publishes reimbursement rates for the meals that are provided to children in the district. As part of that, we need to make sure that the district is receiving fair compensation for meals for full-paying students. We have to adjust our meal prices to keep up with inflation, and really this mainly affects adult non-student meals and extra milk that kids wish to purchase, not milk that comes with their lunch. So again, approximately 70% of our population qualifies for free and reduced, and about 90% of that population takes part and participates in it. We are reimbursed from the USDA on meal claims. It's expected to be about approximately $3 million next year, and they help maintain, those meal claims help maintain our food service fund balance to keep the program operational. So again, no action again this meeting. We'll be bringing it back again next month.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Marcus?
I did have a question about this one. Help me understand if I'm wrong or correct on this. The $3 million, that comes from,
That's reimbursement from USDA based on, each of the meals that we hand out each month, we apply for reimbursement for those meals on a monthly basis.
and those are students, right?
Correct.
Now, the adults, who eats adult?
It depends on the district. Sometimes it's staff, sometimes, and I don't know about here, but other districts, you'll have parents that'll go in, pre-COVID anyways, they would go in and have lunch with their students. In adults, are full pay, and there's other things involved with that as well.
And you said it's only adjusted for inflation?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next line item is 21-22-113, participation in the summer meals program. Marcus.
All right, so this one is there's no action required. This is more informational purposes only. So, and just to give you a little background, last year our summer meal program was very successful. We served meals at over 30 sites around the community. Meals were also delivered to area parks, the YMCA, and churches, to name a few. It's a value to the community, helps promote JPS. Again, there's not a cost to the district, as we are able to claim these meals again from USDA for reimbursement based on the cost. There's really not an effect to the food service fund for this program. This is just another way to help out the community and the district during those summer months when kids are not in school.
Okay, any questions for Marcus? Okay, hearing none. The last discussion item is 21-22-114, the TAER contract renewal. Marcus?
So per, again, USDA guidelines, our food service management contract needs to be approved annually by our board, and these are guidelines set forth by the USDA and MDE as well. There's certain limits on management fees and things that that are allowed to increase, due to inflation, things like that. I believe it's capped at 2%. And again, in your documentation there, so the 2% increase for administrative meals per month equates to about an extra $100 of expense, which is paid for through the food service fund. Again, no action required this month. We'll be recommending approval again next month. And we are in year 3 of our 4-year renewal before we bid out food service contracts again.
Okay, thank you, Marcus. Any questions for Marcus? Okay, thank you. That concludes our discussion items. So now we are on number 10. We need a motion, right? Number 10 is closed session, so we'll need a motion. Entertain a motion to go into closed session. Okay, Pam? Thank you. Cheryl, support? Do we need deliberation? Oh, yeah. You need deliberation on that? Okay, all those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. So those of you that are here, you're obviously welcome to stay, but we are going to be, moving all of us that are in closed session to 207, and then we will come back. So. Okay, at this time, I would entertain a motion to go back into open session.
Support.
Okay, thank you, Libby. Thank you, Shalonda. Any deliberation? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries. And now I will pass it over to our secretary, Cheryl Simonetti.
I have a resolution to read for the board's consideration. Whereas at its February 15th, 2022 meeting, the board voted to secure an outside source to investigate issues raised in closed session. At its March 15th, 2022 meeting, the board approved retaining attorney Lisa L. Swem of Thrun Law Firm, PC, to investigate trustee Keisha Hamilton's complaint of harassment against Superintendent Jeff Beal. Attorney Swem has completed the investigation, has reported her findings to the board in a document protected by the attorney-client privilege. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the board waives the attorney-client privilege to the investigation report prepared for the board by Attorney Swem and authorizes the full release of the report at 9 a.m. tomorrow, Wednesday, April 20th, 2022. The board's waiver of the attorney-client privilege is strictly limited to the investigation report and its exhibits prepared by Attorney Swem and does not apply to any other document or circumstance. All resolutions and parts of the resolution that conflict with the provision of this resolution are rescinded.
Okay, so at this time, I would entertain a motion to adopt the resolution.
So moved. Support.
Thank you, Pam. Thank you, Shalonda. Okay, any deliberation? Okay, and for this, we're going to do a roll call vote. Mrs. Oxley.
Ms. Hamilton?
Yes.
Mrs. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. White?
Yes.
Yes.
Mrs. Simonetti?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, motion carries. Okay. Okay, we are on board comments. So I'll start with Keisha.
Yes, I do have board comments tonight. So I have been trying to find the words to describe this experience that these last 3 months have meant to me and what they have done to me. I wanted to make sure I did my due diligence to what I have experienced and what I have heard over the last several months. I want to speak directly to those who spoke up over these last several months through social media, through email, through one-on-one conversations. Those of you who heard about what happened and took time away from your out-of-state locations to detail your experiences, to be shared during the public comment section of the meetings. I want you to know I heard you. It was very important to me that everyone who has spoken prior to today in our public comment sections, that they know that I have heard their voices, that I took those experiences, I have taken them to heart. They have hurt my heart. Even today, as a mother of young boys and young girls, the experiences that were detailed that these some of our students had here really impacted me. And I just want the community to know that I heard your voices and I have been hearing you all this time. Over these last few months, while I have grappled with the actual event that occurred in January, I have struggled also with the intentionally disparaging comments and toxic culture of this board. Their intentional efforts to attempt to discredit me and my experiences, not only in January, but just as a person and what I bring to the table. My purpose for campaigning to become a member of the Board of Education, I've grappled with those things and just had to sit back and really deal with that. Sometimes I think we forget that we are dealing with human beings. I happen to be a human being. I'm a mother, I'm a woman, I'm a friend, I'm a daughter, I'm a cousin, I'm a person. I do not deny my strength ever in any way, shape, or form. But these last 15 months of this board's toxic culture culminating in this investigation have been intense. They have been intense. I'm detailing that just to say to those of you who spoke up, because many of you, you're not here right now, but you'll see this later. I recognize, based on the things that I have experienced, not just here, because I'm a black woman, so much of what I experience, unfortunately, I have experienced this in other spaces based on that other reality that I exist in. Anyway, so like I said, I detailed these things that I just said before. To those of you who came to the board, all of your experiences that you had to relive, all those, the detailed accounts that you shared. It took a lot of courage. It took a lot of emotion. It took a lot of pain to relive all that, and I acknowledge that. Some of you, these experiences happened over a decade ago. Some of you were here 10, 15, 20, 25, 30-year teachers at JPS and walked away based on the experiences that you had that were similar and that mirrored mine. I want you to know that I heard you. I felt your pain. I appreciate your courage. I appreciate the way that you spoke out, and I know that it was because you care about JPS. You care about this community. You care about our students. You recognize, you also make those connections, which is why you came. You made the connections that if one of us is feeling unsafe, then we all are not safe. And because you cared and you made that connection, you were willing to come and detail these experiences, not simply for the retelling's sake, because many of you were so traumatized by the event that you could not come. Many of you wrote your things down, that experience down, and had someone else share it because it was that impactful for you. You couldn't come and share it. So you didn't do it just for the simple retelling. You did it because of how it impacted you, and also because you cared that much about JPS to say, listen, I need you to know that something is occurring here that you all are not focusing on. And if I also give my Me Too moment, maybe they'll listen. I recognize that that's what happened. And I'm grateful. I'm so thankful. Many of you, I don't know that I spoke to anybody. Let me correct that. I did not speak to anybody and ask them to come and share their experience. I shared my experience, and based on that, they all said, me too. So thank you to those of you who came to JPS, this board table, this public comment section, to detail your experiences because you cared that much about this district. Those of you who, because of teaching, because teaching is your very essence, we have many teachers who over these past 3 months, 3 months, came and expressed, what this meant to them. Some of you, teaching is what you do. It's so much of what you do. It keeps you up at night, what is happening in JPS. That's how much you care about this district. I'm speaking to all of you right now. I'm speaking to the former head of HR, another black woman, a black woman who experienced having the N-word, hard R, used in a meeting with her, and no accountability from this board to this HR woman, this black woman, after that term was being used based on what she said her experiences were. And I believe her. I believe her. To the 10th grade prodigy, a young black woman, a young black lady, our student, Kelly, I heard you detail the feelings and indignation you experienced upon not receiving responses from the majority of this board, and the anger you felt when you detailed how this superintendent accused you, our own student, our AP student, our valedictorian student, of being a liar. I felt your pain. I recognized it. I heard it. I saw it. I see you, Kelly. Those of you who were present and watched in horror as one of our older board members verbally assaulted me at the close of the February meeting, your immediate action to protect me, and your extreme displeasure that brought you back out to the next meeting to address that behavior, and how you've kept coming back each meeting since then so that you can protect me. I see you. I appreciate you. Thank you. You didn't have to do that, and I want you to know that I am acknowledging that. Because you recognize that unprofessional nature, that unprofessional behavior, how it impacts and how it hinders quality education. If this board can engage in that type of behavior against me simply because they disagree with the positions that I hold, simply because they disagree with my diversity, then we know that it's happening in this district. And I heard you, and I want you to know that I heard you. To everyone who out of compassion and commitment to the success of our JPS community, again, I want you to know that I heard you. I am laser focused today, still, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night, on our primary stakeholders, who are our students, our families, and our teachers. I'm focused on you, and that has not changed and will not change in any way, shape, or form. My purpose is the same as it was when I initially chose to run to become a JPS board trustee. My purpose, I told you, your voice is at the table now. Your voice has been at this table, and it will continue to be at this table. I told you your issues, your concerns, they will be addressed at this table. I'm so incredibly proud of Keisha and how she has done exactly what she said she was going to do, and how she won't be diverting from any of those things in the present or in the future as we go along. I promised you all different things, and I have delivered on those things. My promise is the same: to strive for quality education in the form of accessibility of skilled trades to JPS students on campus, a focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion, a focus on trauma-informed care, youth mental health training, elevation of student and parent voice, a budget that reflects human-centered values, accountability, transparency, and accessibility. I cannot control what these members of this board do, but I can say that I'm here. I'm going to keep asking questions. I'm going to keep representing our voices. And no matter what is occurring later on, I'm still going to be here, still doing what I do, and still making sure that your voices are heard. Thank you, JPS community. I appreciate your support.
Okay, Libby.
What I've learned over these past few months is that we all have to do better and keep our first priority as our students and go from there.
Okay, Aaron.
No, there's a few things that I want to recognize first, and as intense as the meetings have been, I think there's some everyday heroes that your work is not unseen. The most recent segments that are titled Believe the Hype, where our parent liaisons, which to me are kind of just the underdogs right now and kind of the unsung heroes, and that's one of them still here, and Christy Dillon, and the other one is Aaron Slater. I was not able to attend the movie on Saturday. I know my youngest was definitely wanting to go, but we didn't have that service, I don't believe or recall, when I was here. But to have that direct contact for parents and stakeholders to be able to directly contact the schools and work with parents, but your passion and your work and what you do completely, it does not go unseen, and that's, I don't want those everyday scenarios to get lost in some of this, because this is the business of the district and this is what we need to get back to. Also last night I had the privilege to attend an event which I'm so glad I was able to work out, track practice and all the things that parents go through to get there. But Dr. Marks, I as much as I've read about him and the things that he's been working on, it was a sight to see last night of him facilitate that conversation. And I do think what we saw last night from the wildly different perspectives when it comes to DEI, it really was a microcosm of our community. And I'm talking about Jackson County. And the way that Dr. Marks walked through that conversation and facilitated that, which he knew walking into that he was going to be challenged heavily. And he did it in a way that had finesse and grace. And you could almost see some of the people that walked in there to challenge him almost change to a degree, where they yielded to their initial intent on being maybe ultra aggressive. So kudos to him. It's arguable what we have done or have not done with diversity, equity, and inclusion, and that's all super fair to argue and debatable. And anyone that says that we've done enough or as much as we could have, they're just not telling the truth. But I do believe this process is a journey. There's no light switch, there's no magic wand. It's been a multiple century struggle, and to keep it on the radar, to keep it on the burner is vital, and we'll continue to do that. I'd say tonight, all of the perspectives I can appreciate, and I told something a little bit ago, and I think the common theme tonight was, even in the midst of this difficulty, and the balance of perspectives that was brought forth tonight, we have an obligation to continue to move on and do the business of the district. There will be disagreements like there have always been on the school board. And there's been the point that nationwide you can look at the headlines when it comes to school boards. And we have had certainly a tumultuous last few months. But I try to look at the cup as half full, and I think it could be worse. We've saw the situation in Flint. We've seen we've seen community members stand up at different cities and threaten the entire school board that they will end their lives. I thank God that we have not reached that point, and I have enough faith in our community that we would not. So in the spirit of tonight and the overall theme, to move back as fast as we can to the main business of the district, I think we owe it to our constituents, we owe it to our staff, we owe it to our kids, and we owe it to the parents. And that's what I got.
I want to take this time to say that, as everyone else has previously indicated, these past few months have been very, very, very intense for many different reasons. What I know about everyone that has weathered the storm and came in here to be courageous and to speak up and speak out is that collectively we all have the same goal, and is that we want to see change. We are desperately in need in the positive change for JPS School District. And the only way that we can see that positive change is through being humble, vulnerable, lifting up and honoring those, giving those accolades, praise, recognition when necessary, being open and honest, and taking a look at ourselves. We cannot come together as a unified front if we do not look in the mirror and find out what role do we play in this disconnection, myself included. Now is the time for us to think about what forward momentum we are anticipating and what will it take.
I would just like to thank the members of the community that came out to speak today, and especially the staff, because I know it's not easy. And you're probably going to go home and worry tonight whether you're going to be the next target on social media. And I know that there's a lot of people who couldn't take that step, who couldn't come in front of that microphone and speak. So I want to thank you for speaking for them too. And because there's more power in the people than the people who think they have power.
I'm not nearly as profound as my colleagues, and they've done an amazing job with their comments tonight. What I'm hoping for is this is a turning point, and that when we come back together next month, that our agenda will be all set, that our public comments will have something to do with the agenda, and that people in the community understand we're moving on and not just keep repeating the same complaints every month. I just think JPS has so much to offer, and we have done such a good job all these years. I just hate to have this black mark on us make a difference in how we go forward. Thank you.
I would just like to thank our community for supporting JPS. It's obvious. I would also like to especially thank the staff. Their efforts are very appreciated, and that's what makes JPS great. I have 2 kids that come home every day that are so happy with their teachers, their principals, their friends, the opportunities that they have. And I also look forward to this report being shared publicly tomorrow with the community. Okay, we are on number 12. There's no new business. 13 is the calendar. May 17th is our next board meeting. May 27th is our commencement for both Pathways and SCMB. That's at 1 o'clock, and then for Jackson High Schools at 7 p.m. June 7th is the JPS retirement dinner at Cascades Manor House at 5:30. And then June 9th is the JPS staff appreciation picnic. And that's what we have going on to wrap up the school year. So number 13 is adjournment. So at this time, I would entertain a motion for adjournment.
Support.
Thank you, Libby. Thank you, Shalana. Any deliberation? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Have a good night.